All right. A very good morning and a very good afternoon for some of you. And welcome, a very warm welcome to the She's Next Hackathon 2025 Grand Finale. It's a real pleasure to see so many of you with us here today, even if you're joining us virtually. I might not see all of you at the moment, but please tell us that you are here and tell us definitely where you are joining us from. We really want to hear from you. Tell us what you have learned about during this hackathon and how you are doing. We want to hear all that feedback from you. Now, when we first started this journey, we could not have predicted just how much energy, how much creativity, how much ambition it would eventually generate. Almost 2,000 women registered for this hackathon. And from that incredible pool of talent, we had 118 teams rolling up their sleeves and taking on the challenge. That in itself is already really a remarkable achievement. It tells us something very, very important, that across our region, across the emerging Europe region, women entrepreneurs are ready not just to participate, but to lead and to step forward with ideas, with courage, with confidence, and with solutions that the world genuinely needs. Today is the culmination of that journey. We will hear from 10 finalist teams, each of whom has worked really, really hard, refined their concepts, and prepared to pitch their vision. These are not just business ideas, they're reflections of resilience, of innovation, and of that determination to turn challenges into opportunities. Before we dive in, it's my really great pleasure to invite Christina Dorosh, who is the Senior Vice President, Group Country Manager, CIS CEE at Visa, to officially open the hackathon. Christina, the floor is yours.
Andrew, thank you so much, and greetings, everyone. Indeed, an amazing pleasure to welcome you at this grand finale of the first international She's Next Hackathon. And it's indeed a milestone moment, I believe, for the entire region, because the She's Next initiative, we have run it actively for 5 years now, and it touched the life of 60,000 women across the region. Can you imagine that span and that impact that we were able to make and bring this sparkle of creativity, entrepreneurship, help with these women to set up their businesses, to grow their businesses. And, that to me, it speaks to my heart really, because I'm much of the believer that when women thrive, their families thrive, and therefore our communities thrive, and that's absolutely important. To take it into the more practical step, running This Is Next across our regions, we've decided that in 2023, and together with Reinventage, we said, why wouldn't we try to set a digital platform that will help us unite this community, keep it engaged, keep it developing. And this hackathon is a great celebration of that intent, which we successfully implemented. And I really want to take a moment, Andrew, here to thank you and your team for the partnership, for all the amazing cooperation and work we've done together. And we will continue doing so, absolutely. And as you said, over these past months, we've witnessed such an inspiring journeys of growth, of development, of creativity, being bold, being active, and that's really a celebration of women's power to me. And dear finalists, you have already shown your strengths and resilience and your ideas and your determination. That's an amazing to me in itself. And I really look forward to this hackathon, to this grand finale, where all these amazing ideas will come to life, will shine through. I wish you all luck. And even this grand finale, it's not the end of the story, because tomorrow there will be another day, another idea may come, and another part of your business may start developing. So let's continue this journey together. Thank you very much.
Christina, thank you so much. And you'll be joining us for the panel in just a couple of minutes. Now, let me set the stage for what's ahead of us today. This program is built around the real challenges women entrepreneurs told us they face. They wanted the conversation, we wanted the conversations today, the panel discussions and the fireside chats to really reflect not abstract theories, but lived experiences. That's why you will hear us explore a number of different topics, how we redefine success in a way that is sustainable, moving beyond the myths of perfectionism and overwork, how we confront the hidden costs of entrepreneurship, burnout, family trade-offs, and financial hurdles that very often get or go unspoken, and how women's communities of support are filling critical gaps where institutions fall short, scaling opportunity while keeping trust and authenticity at the core. And these themes are also connect directly to the 5 challenges of this hackathon, which our participants have been tackling with such creativity. The first challenge is future-proofing business, helping small businesses become more adaptable and resilient in a challenging and changing world. Number 2, it's the business pivot, turning radical shifts into success stories. Number 3, smart money moves, empowering women entrepreneurs to master money and fund their future. And number 4, the next opportunity, which is about spotting emerging needs and building solutions first. And finally, the 5th one is predicting the unpredictable. This one is very close to my heart, helping people and organizations anticipate change and respond faster. Each of these challenges mirrors the reality of entrepreneurship today: uncertainty, disruption, and also enormous opportunity. And because this is not only a serious competition, it is a serious one, but not only, it is also a celebration. We've added some fun along the way for all of you who are joining us to watch this celebration. In just a moment, you will have the chance to take part in the grand finale business quiz. You're going to see 10 questions that will test your entrepreneurial knowledge. And the first 3 participants to score 100% will win prizes. And these will be 3 one-year masterclass subscriptions. Keep an eye on the chat. I hope you're making use of that chat and you keep messaging us and telling us how you feel about the hackathon and sharing your experiences here and also connecting with other participants. We will announce the winners of this business quiz at the end of the event, and we'll also follow up by email. And of course, the highlight everyone is waiting for, the grand awards. Our jury will select winners in 3 different categories with a total fund of $20,000. And the first one is the best idea. That's $10,000. Number 2, the most innovative idea, $5,000. And finally, best social impact, $5,000. These awards are more than financial support. They are a recognition of boldness, creativity, and the belief that women-led businesses can truly shape the future. Now, a couple of quick housekeeping points before we get started. Use the chat actively, share your thoughts, cheer for the teams, and ask questions. This event is about interaction and about energy, not just listening passively. Get connected if you can. And if you run into any technical difficulties, our support team is available in the chat to help you. So here we are, hundreds of women entrepreneurs across the region. dozens of mentors, judges, and speakers, and one shared mission to show what's possible when women come together to innovate, collaborate, and reinvent. Let's make today supportive, collaborative, and inspiring because She's Next is more than a competition. It's a movement now. So with that, I want to go back to Christina and the other three panelists that have joined us together for this session. And that will be, so you already know Christina, Nikita Moisowska-Blażewski. She's an economist, academic, and a female empowerment leader. There she is. We can see her already. So you see Christina. And now we're also joined by two other women. That's Tanya Sternbauer, who is an advisory board member, the founder of the Female Factor and top 100 most influential business women. She's joining us from Austria today. Oh no, okay. So you're going to tell us where you're joining us from. Nikita, I guess, is joining us from Skopje, and Christina from Almaty, if I'm no, oh no, okay. So I have wrong. I have to update all that information. But we're waiting for the fifth panelist, Milena Argirovic, and she is the country head Serbia, Albania, Macedonia, Kosovo, and Montenegro at Takeda, which is a Japanese pharmaceutical company. Milena, thanks for joining us today. So the first question to all of you, where are you joining us from?
So Andrew, your information was right. I am based in Almaty, Kazakhstan, but I'm traveling right now. I'm on a business trip and I'm in Ukraine right now. So I'm joining from Ukraine.
Okay. And Nikita, we established from
It is
Skopje.
Skopje, Macedonia, yeah.
Okay. And Tanya?
I'm in Cyprus. That's where I live. But my company was registered in Austria and I'm originally from Austria, so it's not that wrong.
Okay, all right. So I got the Austrian bit right. And Milena?
Hi, I'm joining from Belgrade, Serbia.
Okay.
You were correct.
Where you're based on a regular basis.
Yes.
So no change here. Okay, so we have a session today which is really about unlearning success and redesigning work and understanding what women leaders know now and how they can teach the young generation, but also how they can learn from the younger generations about how to lead. So the first question is really about the myths that you believe that we have to outgrow and the rules of success that we need to let go. I've had a couple of chats recently, and one of those was related to perfectionism. Being, especially if you're a woman, you want to be perfect at everything because otherwise, but what do I know? Tell us about your experiences. And this is an open question, so just, go ahead and say what you would like to say.
I mean, I can start if you want. From my perspective, I'm definitely a perfectionist. I love that. I'm always going the extra mile. And that's also how we built the culture around the Female Factor. And looking back now, it's been 7 years. And I mean, I was always a perfectionist, no matter what company I've built before and what position I was in. I think it was good in the start. So when you build a company, you need to build the credibility, you need to go out there. I think it was good that we were over-investing and we wanted to do things better, especially in a competitive market, than others. That made us stood out. The brand was really relatable to a lot of people. Like, they knew what they're getting when they were affiliated with us. So in the first year, we secured partners like Visa, Google, like banks. It was really, really good for us. Saying that, it was good back then. I think things changed for me, what I've learned, and I switched now into the advisory board role, so I'm not the active CEO anymore. And I see it's much nicer, of course, if you don't need to be the perfectionist leading a company. And I think still, the company is growing, the company is doing well, and we have established a brand that speaks for itself, so it's a bit easier. It's personally great if you're not as perfectionist anymore. I can say that for anyone who is like a perfectionist themselves, it's amazing. It just gives a lot of more freedom to operate. You can do more things because you are not like on every single detail. So for me, it was the best step, moving out of the operations fully and, you know, just help the company strategically. Saying that if I would start another company, I think I would still start with perfectionism. Just because that's what who I am. But I saw this with a lot of my employees, the younger generation. They didn't, you know, feel that this is needed that much, which makes it a lot of it makes it a bit difficult to collaborate together. Again, with growing older and having multiple businesses and multiple roles, it's a bit easier. But I think it's a myth that is not really needed. So I don't think you need to be a perfectionist to be successful, but it can be one path. And if you are a perfectionist, I think it is what it is, and you don't need to be so hard on yourself. I think the most important part for as a leader is to be okay if others are different, because you know you can get to the goal either way.
But is it really that women sort of overperform in that area, you know, compared to men, just to be able to fit in, just to be able to, you know, just in case be more prepared than needed? And perhaps that's unnecessary.
I mean, working with more women, I know it's a lot on us, of course, that we have the feeling, but I also worked with men and I'm surrounded by perfectionist men as well. So I think it's just the way that I design my group of people that I'm with. But working with like thousands of women over the last years, yes, it's definitely a tendency that it stems from we are not good enough, so we need to overcompensate. And obviously, if it stems from a lack of whatever, then it's not good for a person and should be worked on.
Christina, Milena, Nikita, what are your thoughts and experiences as well?
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. And I will jump here as well. I think I am a perfectionist, even though, and that's what I'm learning even now. You need to have this balance still, because being a perfectionist means that you are really you work well, sometimes hard, but that gives results. I mean, you are really delivering over the targets, over the expectation. And that's really great, because to me, this is what was kind of fueling my growth and my development. And, you know, to me, top performers, they never kind of get comfortable. It's always that inner urge, like you need to do more, better, faster. And that, to me, that's how I feel day by day. And it's good, because that what's moving me. Yet there is a flip side of things. Of course, it can be overwhelming. And that to me comes, a big part comes from we're not good enough, imposter syndrome, wherever it is. And it's on us, you know. If you think of it, of course, there is a cultural thing, there is a kind of situational thing, but mostly it's us women who need to work on that to make sure we are, you know, we have the expertise, we have the knowledge and experience to be comfortable, to know that I'm worth it, I know it, I'm as good as anyone else. And that should help keep this balance a bit. Because otherwise, if you go into over perfectionism, that it's hard to bear. You kill yourself over any mistakes you do. You need to forgive yourself, sort of, and give yourself a right to be wrong, to make mistakes. That's okay. And basically, I mean, it's nothing new that I would say right now, but kind of I experienced it as all of us, I think. It's exactly the mistake you make when you learn, you know. Learnings which come into the comfortable setup, they are okay, you still learn, but you learn, and that's probably the psychology, you learn when you learn it hard way. And that it really helps you to understand things, to do things better next time. So that's the balance in my view, and I'm kind of coaching myself to have over-deliver, really going an extra mile when you think it's, you know, it will add value. But then if something goes wrong, you're a human being, you have a right to be wrong, and you can do mistakes, just learn from them. So that would be my take on that.
Got it. Thank you so much. And Nikita,
yes, if I may, yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And this is a perfect discussion, you know, and I think that I'm in life stage close to 50 next year, turning 50, when I reflect on my past and the achievements and so on, and also thinking, like deep thinking of whether I chose the right way to prosper either in career or in private life. But I would like to expand this not in terms of whether I want to be perfect or whether like we probably all have intrinsic motivation to be perfect or at least excellent. But I want to bring this discussion more on a broader scale or back to the society, to the family, and the way that we were educated at home and in school and by the society. And I think that what makes it much more difficult, and I would specifically here focus on the Southeast region or former socialist countries and so on, it was that in a way, the family and the society defined for us what is success. And we just took it from there, like what is success, especially for women or for young girls. So we had to be excellent in everything. Failure is not accepted. When I say in everything, it means in school, in relationships, at home, in sports, in everything. And it kind of makes you that you cannot fail, not fail in any of these fields, not just in school or in career later on, but that is what made the life probably more difficult for us because and I think in those times, like we were looking for approval from the family, but also from the society. So you have to be successful, and that is how we develop our, I think, career paths. That we have to earn everything in a hard way. That we have to deserve everything. It's like, and even today, I question myself, like when they ask you to join some board or when you're given some, I don't know, recognition, and like, do I deserve this? Did I earn it? Like, did I put enough effort to have it? And then I reflect. I go back to myself and Nikita, indeed, you deserve this. It's like what you are educated, you worked hard, and so on. And I think that what helped me, because now we are also addressing, not talking to ourselves, but addressing a wider audience of young girls, is what helped me a lot is that I was professional athlete in the past, and the discipline, the hard work, and also knowing that if I put effort, there will be success. That is how I understand life. For me, it's black and white, unfortunately. Or fortunately, it's still black and white. You put effort, you get the result, the outcome that you wanted. So I think that we have to focus on what you work. You have to put, well, let me say enough effort. I'm not sure what enough means, but enough effort. And then the results will be there. So you don't have to be perfect, but you have to be good enough at least. So, well, I would add excellent. But you should find a way how to balance everything, be perfect, but also balance it with all the other things that we have. It's more difficult for women. Whoever says that it's not, it's more difficult. I always question how I look, how I shake hands, how I approach this, and so on. It's much more difficult. I think we have many more things on our minds when we either go to event, have a meeting, and so on. And something else that is, so I'm talking more about the past, but I think that is what shapes us for the future. Although, as you mentioned, we are coaching ourselves or trying to coach ourselves. What also shaped us is that in the past, there was a culture of fitting in, especially in the socialist countries, which was mainly like, you have to follow the golden middle. So I don't accept that one. Like, what's golden middle? I want to be better than the golden middle. So I want to be outstanding. And I think this is a message for young girls. You have to put enough effort, be good enough, maybe sometimes not excellent in everything, but also do not try to fit in.
Perfect. Thank you.
Your own character of your own, yes.
Thank you so much for that. And Milena, what are your 5 cents here?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for these amazing ladies that are today with me in the panel. And I think I also used to be panel perfectionist when I was in the younger age and also earlier in my career. But as the time progresses, I already work for 30 years in the global corporate world, which is tough. It's a men's world. And obviously, I'm working also in Japanese company that is extra man world, because in Japanese environment, it's really still a very men-oriented culture. And it's reflected, of course, in the corporate world. But what I learned over the years is that, of course, traditionally we say perfect is the enemy of good. But how can you define what is good? I think we should use the opportunities of not being alone and listening to others around us. And as other ladies said, we don't have to be perfect in everything, but we need people around us that are good in certain areas. So together, collectively, we can be perfect in something, but not necessarily each individual has to be perfect in everything. And I think this is a very important lesson that I learned, that it's also okay to fail, and it's also okay to not achieve always the best or to win the golden medals, because the life is long and you will have to choose your battles as well. So this is what I learned, and this is how in the past I was really looking for my team members when I was creating the teams in different roles that I was holding, that are similar to me, meaning perfectionists, so that people are goal oriented, golden medal winners and everything. But this was over the years I learned that it is totally wrong. Actually, I should have different people around me. So, and not all of them have to be excellent. They have to be complementary, and they have to be to complement, to have specific characteristics that will contribute to the specific team. And also, I'm trying to listen to all these different people around me, including in the family, in the work, everywhere around me. So, listening is also something that is very important, and I was developing it over the years, carefully listening to others and learning from others, even from the younger ones. And my son, for example, taught me one very important lesson. He said, if it's difficult, it doesn't mean it's good, which is totally different than what I was raised with. So we said it has to be difficult, you have to do your best, and then you will succeed. And we know over life that it's not over the always the truth, because there is a luck moment and everything else that can happen in life.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. So you were talking about, Milena was talking about leadership to some extent, and women, when she was leading, or when she is leading, how do senior women leaders build organizations where women not only want to stay, but also want to grow, not just, not just survive in the roles that they have? Milena, go ahead, because you're already in the spotlight, so you can start this round.
Okay, again, I think it's important to dedicate time to people, so that we really understand it's not only for women, but especially for women, because usually women, and as Nikita said, in Southeastern Europe, probably even more women are overstretched, even nowadays. And I think that we really have to understand their passions, their beliefs, and also their challenges in the daily life. And I can share some examples from last week, for example. So it's a daily challenge. I have a lot of women around me who are mothers of young kids, and bad things happen. I had the one of the ladies in my leadership team, who is head of finance, had the issue with her kid, which happened out of the blue sky last week, and it was in the middle of financial planning period, and it was really something that we needed her as an organization. But of course, we understood where is the priority. The priority is always where the family is, and this was really a critical situation, and she was excused for 3 days, totally off, switched off in this tough period. But this is not the end of the world. Company will survive, and for her at that moment, it was important to stay close to her child. So this is something that I really think these are the examples of showing empathy, understanding, listening to people and listening to their needs over time, because their needs over time can also change, and needs are not only necessarily linked to their career aspirations. Needs are something that is very complex, and it's personal, I mean individual.
So I'll repeat the question. Thank you, Milena. I will repeat the question. So how do women want to create an environment where other women really want to thrive, want to work and grow? Christina,
If
go
I may
ahead.
add,
No, Nikita, go on.
Oh, thank you, Christina, for this. Let me first say that for me, competence is top priority. So I don't differentiate employees by gender or any other characteristic, but I prefer competence and everything that is based on merit system. However, I do fully understand the reality of women or women, and that they have to multitask all different types of tasks, taking care of many things at home and then plus at work, at society, and so on. So I think what is best is that, and Milana said that you have to dedicate time and you have to listen. Understanding women, sometimes it just means listening to what they say, listening to their problems, and then problems just go away. So listen to their problems, express some sympathy for sure, but also I think that we need to encourage them. We need to, again, going to our upbringing, going to how we feel and everything, I think that we should encourage them, show them that, yes, we have these problems, men have some other problems. Maybe their soccer team lost the match previous day and so on. So I think we should encourage them and make them feel more empowered, make them feel more strong. Again, I think that it really depends how you feel and then how you execute how you work and so on. I think we should also provide for them growth opportunities, which also depend on their side, whether they will take these growth opportunities. Because in my career, I worked in public administration, academia, now in an NGO. Sometimes it's women that actually kind of discriminate against themselves. Like now I cannot, like you provide this executive training, Kellogg, which is Northwestern University, top 5, and then they say, well, now, my husband has this and I cannot attend the training. The training is 40,000 euros for 3 weeks. So this is a message to all young women big here that it depends on you a lot. It does not depend on the society or whether you're given a chance, an opportunity, but it also depends on you. It depends whether you will speak or ask for the opportunity, and also whether you will accept the opportunity. There'll be many things around you all the time throughout all your life. It's not like, now I have small kids, they will grow up and then things will get better. No, every time there will be some challenges, then with your parents, elderly, and so on. So you have to take the opportunities and try to somehow manage. Certainly, it also depends. So I'm talking about those that have partners. Who you choose as a partner will define or influence your success a lot. So it depends on your partner, but you should always seek for your place or sit at the table at home, in society, at work, and so on.
Christina?
Yeah, it's a great take, and I couldn't agree more. We think and I will just, build further. In my take, we strive to build organizations where people really, want to work. It's not just they come to work for the payroll, but they really want to work because there is a purpose. We understand what I would like at Visa. I know what I'm doing, why I'm kind of going through all the challenges I have, because I know that I and my team, we're making people's lives easier. At least in the payment space, we cannot, unfortunately, probably we cannot improve everything, but we can, and we are doing that. We can meaningfully improve people's lives when it comes to payments, technology, and so on. So that's what I'm doing, and I'm really inspired by that, and that's what brings me to work, and I really want to bring my best self. So this is this purpose, and things like inclusiveness and diversity. So we want, and that's to say that's not, obviously, it's not important for women only, because that's equally important for everyone, just for a human being, be it man or woman. So we want to have purpose. We want to have inclusivity. We want to be diverse in terms of the backgrounds, in terms of the knowledge, industry we come from, in each and every sense, to reflect the communities we are working in across the globe. So these are universal things which are important. And at Visa, we are really successful, I think, in bringing these on board. Yet, of course, on the top, there are pieces which are important specifically for women. And this is for all the objective and good reasons. Indeed, we have to multitask. We are multitasking. And that's great, because that's part of my family, it's part of my life, and I love my family, I love being with my family, so it's absolutely amazing. With that in mind, as an organization, we need to make sure we provide very practical tools and solutions for women to, to be comfortable taking a maternal leave, to be embraced and accepted and supported when you are getting back, because naturally you are somewhat lagging behind. That's probably nothing you can do about it. That's objective. But then if the organization supports you on getting back on track through the training, through the programs and so on, then supporting you in these situations when something happens and you need to refocus for that moment. You need to make sure you are taking care of your close one families. So that support should be very practically established in the company. And now, even on top of that comes that, to me, that supportive, inspiring and empowering thing. And that's a culture now. That's the culture we build in the company, where women understand that they are supported, they are empowered, they have tools and solutions to develop themselves, to grow professionally. So combination of these three layers in my mind kind of would mean an organization where people overall, and yet women specifically, would love to work and be part of.
Thank you very much. And Tanya, anything to add?
And just agree. I also want to give an example of Visa, why we love working with them, and that they really live up to this culture that you just mentioned, Christina. The country director we're working with, she just got offered the country director position for Germany from her male boss. And she was like, obviously stoked to take over the market. And then she found out she's pregnant. And she was like, that's it, that's it. I cannot take it. So she went back to her boss saying, I'm so sorry, I don't want to disappoint you, but I cannot take it because I'm pregnant. He's like, I don't see a problem. We'll wait for you. So they made it work no matter what. And because the question in the chat is also the new anti-DIY wave. Yes, unfortunately, that's where we are now. But like this cultural appreciation of like what women bring to the table, and no matter what, family and whatever comes, we support you as an organization. I think that's just crucial. And for all my friends and all the members in our community that have family, there we see that's the biggest step that a company can take to really mean it, that they want to support women in their roles no matter what. And there goes a lot on it. And I really don't understand how we can go backwards in time as society at this point of view. So as the female factor and as leading this company, it was very tough for us the last months to see how budget got cut. And basically some of our now ex-partners, luckily so, said, well, it's not that important now anymore. Of course, it's still important. It's still 50% of the population. It's still so much potential to support women. And yes, because of us birthing kids, it's usually the fact that we need more support to get into leadership. So that's definitely, for me, a huge cultural topic that organizations need to maintain and strengthen in order to, get the potential out. Personally, as a leader, I think, and also what we've heard, the main thing of how I retrieved great talent is really giving opportunities and seeing the potential, no matter what experience they brought on the table. I love getting the best out of talent. It's great to see how they grow in an organization, and giving them all the opportunities that they can get. We had an intern that started 5 years ago, and she's now our COO. Within 4 years, getting up to a CEO position in a startup scale-up environment is pretty dope. And that happened because we believed in her potential and gave her the opportunities. She didn't need to fight for it. She didn't do like any kind of elbow technique towards others. It was just like honest, supporting her on her journey. And I mean, we are a female-led organization with a lot of women in the team, so it's a bit easier compared to a corporate environment where you have maybe men that compete as well, with a bit of a different, attitude to it. But the main thing that we support in other companies as well is, understanding what the talent can bring to the table and making sure that they can go that route and they don't need to compete for it in a way of that is feeling inauthentic to the woman, right? That's the thing that we've learned in the past as women growing up in like the 90s and after, like we need to be more men to be, getting ahead in the workspace and to, get into a leadership position. And I think these things change, and that's something that companies need to support even more. So women can be authentically herself and still get ahead in the career. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. I have a question about, because we've been talking about, what your roles or your paths for the last years in your careers. I wanna ask you if we are unintentionally mentoring women to repeat the old paths and sort of, or are we encouraging different models of success?
Can I start? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, this is always a question, and I think also it's a question of experience. But just before that, I think all that we are talking about today is a part of the company culture, and especially the values that we are sharing. And this is something that is very important and related to the previous discussion, how women can feel more included, inclusive in the organization. I think it's about the values that we share. And back to the topic about maternity leave, I really can encourage other companies to lead the way in the sense that everybody can take the child care leave. So in our company, it's really very welcome to paternity leave. So this is the values that we are sharing, and I will have one of my team members now in January taking the paternity leave, which is really sharing the culture and the values of how we can really have gender neutral when it comes to the child care, because both parents are responsible about caring about the kid. And this is another, I think, development that is helping us back to now the question that you just asked about how not to clone our own selves, because the environment is changing, the globe is changing, and the values are changing. But it's important also to take the best out of this change. And this is something also that is related to the diversity that we are talking about, because we should not clone ourselves. We should rather share our experience with the others in our teams and help them to be better than we are. Because if we create, and it's not about creating the same path or giving the equal opportunity for each and everyone. It's about giving the specific opportunity that is matching this person needs and the company needs at the same time. And that's why in Takeda we are creating the personal development plan for each and every individual that matches their capabilities, company needs, and also their aspirations, and of course willingness to learn new things. But I think individual approach is very important, and also sharing own experience in order not to clone ourselves, show no vulnerability. This is also very important, that it's not always success, it's not always fireworks. Sometimes it's also failure, sometimes it's always crying, but it's life, and it all brings you to where you're aspiring to go. And I think sharing success stories, but also sharing failures is a critical thing of encouraging young people to be developed and to be better than us, not clone ourselves, but to develop people that are better than us.
Thank you very much. Christina, Nikita. Oh, Nikita's mic is on, so go ahead.
Very, very briefly, and I hope sharing personal stories is fine here, because this is a
By all
community.
means, yes.
So I think that, coming up from the past, as I mentioned, that I learned a lot by parenting two daughters who are now 19 and 21. And I really, first, I tried not to clone myself in parenting them, but I also learned a lot from them. And very briefly, what I would say is that there can be balance between ambition and personal life, so I see, and probably all the women that are today on the call, they have the ambition, they have the motivation, but please feel free to balance it with other activities in your life, either family, social life, and so on. And you can still have great results, and maybe even better. Ambition can sometimes kill you. And then I also had to understand and accept that there are different success models. Different ways to be successful, and even more important, different ways to be happy. Because, when we talk about success, why we want success is because probably we feel, or it makes us happy, or it can make us happy. But I think that the major thing is how to be happy. So I understand that for some of us, it's working long hours, having success at work makes us happy. For the others, maybe it's balancing more with the family or doing some other things. So try to find the right formula for happiness. Ambition should be there. Strive to be best, or sometimes excellent or perfect, but also try to balance it with everything else.
Thank you. Christina, Tanya? Christina, go ahead.
Okay. It is important to me, a very important question, I believe, because obviously that's natural bias. We are naturally prone to people like us. We're naturally prefer to communicate again and build relationship with people like us. And therefore, obviously, we're kind of transmitting ourselves even more onto these people. So yeah, like what Nikita says about our kind of past, maybe it's just because we are the generation which shifted so much or had to shift so much from what we had as a family education as girls back, indeed, you need to be perfect and there is nothing else which is allowed to you. And now we're shifting to really understanding deeper and appreciating, embracing the value we bring, and understanding that it's not always perfectness, and you have the right to be alive, for God's sake. So to me, it's important when we talk to the girls, to the younger generation, it's important to be deliberate on that point, to bear this in mind that not necessarily what we've taken as our past education, everything, cultural, society, rules would work now. And indeed, having this inner openness to do different things. And success is indeed defined as whatever you love to do and you want to do, and probably provides you that means for life. So to me, the most important what we need to teach our girls is the right of the choice. So you have the right to choose whatever path you want to take. Is it, over and over perfectionism at workspace, which probably will take you longer hours and hard work. But if this is what brings you satisfaction, that's okay to do and pursue the path. At the same time, if you see yourself as a housewife, that's amazing. If that makes you happy and that, brings the meaning to your life, you have the right to choose that path. But the most important is that our girls should know they have this right to choose whatever path, be it STEM, be it engineering, be it finance, be it technology, or being amazing housewife. That's your right to choose. And that's probably, in my view, that's the mindset we would, strengthen and build with girls.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Tanya?
Yeah, I can just add to it that I think what we did at the Female Factor is trying to broaden this, because it always feels like it's our responsibility as women to do so much. We also need to obviously mentor the next generation. We want to be better role models like that we had, et cetera, et cetera. But it is about leadership and how leadership is defined in today's age. And that is still built on like all the outdated, Trumps of this world that we choose as country leaders. So luckily not us, but others. And it doesn't look much better here in Europe. So I think as long as we still think that this is leadership, you need to be stronger, the louder, the bolder, and generally don't take other people into consideration, then this is the first problem. And if we would change the picture of what leadership is and needs to be in the future for us to thrive as humanity, especially in the age of AI, I think then it would be already easier. Because yes, we learned that overworking, being out there constantly available and, don't take care of your family, being the breadwinner, that is success. That is leadership for us. That is was needed to be successful in a company and in a country. And that's just not true anymore. And to break that and to change this whole paradigm, I think it takes a lot of effort still. But if we would manage that as society, then things would go easier. And then we would not unintentionally showcase different, like wrong role modeling. We would, be authentic in the success that we have and in the leadership that we want to run. But yeah, at this point, we're still a bit behind there. So if anyone has any tips of how to change that sustainably, totally up for it.
Thank you very much. We're almost on the hour, so we need to be wrapping up. But I have a very quick question to each of you. One very short lesson from the Gen Z generation that you've learned, because that's the future. So what is the one lesson that Nikita was already talking about her daughters, so she has plenty of lessons, I believe. So we can start with her.
Just unmute myself. Well, thank you, Andrew. Very, very briefly, I think that I admire Generation Z for actually demanding, I would say, purpose and balance, and not just prestige. And I highly value that, and I'm learning to live by that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Milena?
Yeah, from my perspective, one sentence or quote that I heard is work smarter, not harder. This is something that I learned from Generation Z, and also finding the purpose in the broader community and contributing to the whole community. Because I think in 20th century, where I was spending most of my life, it was a more selfish period. So now young generation is taking care more about the community, environmental protection, and all these topics that are super popular now. But I think the sense of purpose is even encouraged by that, and these values that we are learning from them. I think we should embrace this shift from the generation Z, and it's especially found in the female population, where more I think I see more empathy towards other people around the globe, not only in the immediate proximity.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Tanya.
For me, it's like the word delulu that describes it best, like really unapologetically going for what you want. It doesn't matter what your qualification are, but you go higher and bigger, and you don't have the doubt in your mind that you're maybe not good enough, not there yet, and all of that. You just go for it. And usually you land somewhere in between, and sometimes you even reach what you had in your delulu mind. So I just love that. It's a great life to motto.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And Christina?
It seems that Gen Zs have kind of impressed us by the very same core thing. So to me, it's basically the same. How they define successful success, because that's been a North Star, unfortunately, for generations before us. And having this unapologetic right to say that my success, my personal success is maybe sabbatical somewhere, and that's okay. Or my personal success is, doing NGO work, and that's okay. Purpose versus prestige. So this is probably where these guys have, and it speaks deeply to my heart. So that's what these guys have taught the world, and the companies are picking up. And not all of the companies would really have this kind of inner cultural sense of values, community support. But at certain point, whatever it will sound right now, they have to. If even they were not doing that much. Now understanding that Gen Z's choice is so often driven by that part of the company as well. They have to, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. Ladies, thank you so much for this conversation. We could be going on and on and on because there's so many different topics that we could discuss, but we only had 45 minutes for the chat. So thank you so much. I am looking forward to hearing all the feedback from the audience and perhaps questions. So we'll share those as well. Thank you so much. And we're moving on to the next part of this hackathon grand finale. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, so the next part is coming right now. And 2 years ago, we ran a research project with more than 2,000 women entrepreneurs across 11 different countries. And we asked them about the biggest challenges they faced when starting a business. 3 themes came through again and again and again. One is the personal impact on the entrepreneurs, on themselves, the effect on their families, and the financial risks they had to navigate. Today, we're tackling these issues head on, I should say, by hearing from women who have lived these challenges and who are now thriving. So the first one is about running a business that might be challenging, that demands vision, stamina, and relentless problem solving. But once we do that, we often forget about the mental load of entrepreneurship, which is all about constant decisions, uncertainty, and isolation, which somehow pushes founders to the edge. To discuss that, we have Victoria Viktorova with us. Victoria?
It is
There
so
she
nice
is,
to
yes.
be here, Andrew.
So Victoria is an entrepreneur, a mental health ambassador, and the author of a book called Imposter Syndrome: How to Step Out of This Shadow. Fantastic. It's so good to have
It's
you, Victoria.
it's so great to be here. I'm so inspired by this panel discussion. I loved it. Thank you so much for having me.
Perfect. So in your book, you write about imposter syndrome. How did it show up in your own life as an entrepreneur, and how did it shape your path?
Oh, it is engraved in everything you do as an entrepreneur, especially as a woman in this regard, because so it, the imposter syndrome began as a phenomenon, psychological phenomenon in the 70s, and like it was very much researched in the 70s and mainly the 80s in the US, and it was primarily about women. Well, of course, we have some biological differences with men. We tend to ruminate more, to overthink more, to be more emotional, more self-critical, and so on, which feeds the imposter syndrome. So, in short, it definitely impacts more women. And me being one of them, of course, I went, and I'm still going through to some extent, through life and through entrepreneurship with imposter syndrome by my side or as a part of me. It
Mhm.
impacts what what you think you have achieved. It impacts what you think you can achieve as an entrepreneur. I see my, let's say, male counterparts. They are so much braver than some of
Mhm.
us. Um, and even when I receive an international award, I just, tend to default to the thought that it's not such an impressive award, or like it's not a big deal. And of course, sometimes it even shows when, if you're a startup, the way you pitch in front of investors, the way you answer their questions, they can kind of sense your uncertainties.
Mhm. So, was there a moment in your life when you actually realized you were very close to, some sort of burnout? And what did that experience change about how you work today?
Yes. Oh, I have had so many times in my life where I've gotten myself to the point of burnout. And this is because it's been almost 10 years now that I've been an entrepreneur. And what I can say is listen to your body, even if it sounds like a cliche, because I've had these times when, of course, as every entrepreneur, I'm like, okay, this weekend I don't have any social engagements. I don't have anything to go out for, which, okay, to hear me better, hopefully this will help. So there have been so many times when I think like, okay, this weekend I can focus on my work again. And the weekend comes, and then I try to open the laptop, for example, but my body would not do it. Like my brain is trying to tell it to do something, just open the laptop, just start working, and it will not. And I can even spend the day just staring blankly at a wall. And this is how I understand that I've reached a point of burnout. And this has happened several times. So what I implemented in as a part of my, let's say, my routine
Mhm.
is to treat my work almost as if I work at a 9 to 5 job. It's not, of course, it's not very easy because you keep thinking about your business all the time. You don't have a time
Yes.
off. But I try to structure it as much as possible in work days, almost 9 to 5. Of course, it's more flexible, but I try to spend the evenings with my family. I try to spend the weekends doing something else. And also, this is where the importance of having co-founders lays, because every founder burns out at some point, and having someone to kind of take the load off of you for some time, and then for you to take it from them.
Get back, yeah.
Yeah, it is absolutely essential. At MindFit, we are 5 co-founders, 4 are women and 1 man. And it is incredibly helpful to have this kind of a core team. Even if it's just one co-founder, it's not a coincidence that investors are looking for teams that have more than one founder, because this makes them more reliable.
Mhm.
So definitely delegate tasks, definitely try to keep a healthy schedule, and try to kind of throw the ball to some of your co-founders when you feel that something like that is coming.
Mhm. How do you personally balance ambition and stamina without sort of, tipping into overwork? And do you have a moment where you consciously sort of, chose differently?
Yes, well, currently I'm in such a period where I am definitely overworked and overloaded, not only because
Mhm.
my book came out last month, but also we are.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you so much. We are working on the first the first conference in Bulgaria about mental health in the workplace, which will
Mhm.
be in November. So it's absolutely crazy currently. But the way I have, let's say, set my mind currently is that I will have to push through the rest of these 2 months, but then I will almost crash. Like December will be my time off. So
Mhm.
I am definitely running the operation on muscles. Was it the expression?
On empty, yeah.
Yeah, definitely on empty. And however, I know that I have a deadline that afterwards I'm going to give myself some time off. I'm going to treat
Mhm.
myself, going to spend some time relaxing. So I think this is essential, because especially when you're a founder, there are times where you have to push yourself, where you have to sacrifice some weekends, but it has to be compensated. In no
Mhm.
way you can keep this up in the long run.
Mhm. So my last question, if a young founder came to you today, saying that, I don't know, they feel like an imposter syndrome or sort of on the verge of burnout, what would be the first thing you would tell them?
First of all, I will definitely tell them to not trust social media, because everything looks very fancy there and definitely keeps us
Mhm.
doubting ourselves and our achievements. The second thing I'll tell them is to look at the evidence, to look at what everyone
Mhm.
else is saying, to look at like awards they're receiving, and to really take in the compliments. Because with imposter syndrome, you have extreme difficulty receiving compliments without directly reciprocating them, throwing them back at the person, or
Mhm.
trying to kind of undersell them in a way. And the other thing that I would definitely advise them is to try to become a mentor. There's so many programs out there currently, at least here in Bulgaria, I guess
Mhm.
everywhere else. Um, Basically, try to not try, but just go and be a mentor to a young person, maybe a high school student, maybe someone who is just starting their career path, especially if it's in your field. It is so energizing and it helps tremendously, because when you share your experience, when you show how much you can contribute to someone else and how impressive you are through someone else's eyes, and see how much change you bring to their life directly, it definitely shows you're not an imposter. You just have very high standards for yourself.
Victoria, I love this example and this piece of advice because it's absolutely amazing. And like you said, when someone sees your story and tells it back to you in a way, it's
Yes.
so much, and there's so much energy that comes back to you and you feel so much more motivated to carry on. Victoria, congratulations on the book once again. Thank you so much for joining us today. And
Thank you.
we're now jumping onto a different challenge that women entrepreneurs are facing, and this is about family trade-offs. So behind every success, there are always sacrifices, and for many women entrepreneurs, the hardest one is family. Whether it means delaying motherhood or missing milestones or navigating cultural judgment, the tension between ambition and expectation is real. And to discuss that, we have another amazing woman, a dear friend of mine, Sylvia Ziemecka, who is the CEO of Share the Care Foundation, a working mother with four boys, social activist and communication expert. Sylvia, thanks for joining us today, and so good to see you.
My pleasure, my pleasure. The topic is very relevant, unfortunately, all the time, because even though women really have a lot to contribute to today's world in business, in social aspects and everything, we can still unfortunately face something so-called by economists motherhood penalty. Yes, so it means that still women who decide to have work, but even those who don't want to have children, they are automatically perceived as those who can be, worst performing on the labor market. Usually they get, we observe still the pay gap. Yes, so we see that women receive less money for the same job as men. That actually is also relevant for the girls who has just finished universities. So they usually get less money for the same job as their male friends. So we still have it all. So I think that's the moment where we really need
It's
to
a
step
very
up.
relevant topic. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So as a mother of four, what has been the hardest trade-off you have faced in building your career, and how did you manage to, navigate that?
Well, I would say from the other perspective, I think I'm a kind of a person that has a very strong self-esteem. So I always knew what I like and what I want to do. And I always knew I want to have a family, but at the same time, I love working. Literally, I love working. So I never thought that that's going to be something like a problem to combine both. I would say I'm very also solution-oriented person. So I just knew that I have to just put it in a way that it will work somehow. It doesn't mean sometimes it's difficult, but yes. So I knew what is my aim to combine those two things, and then I was looking for the solution how to make it work. So even though I have four boys, I've always been coming back to work, whether it was my full-time job in the corporate world or my own businesses. I think more or less after 6 months, because in Poland probably the parental leave and maternity leave is longer than in other countries. I was always coming back to work. And normally people would say, oh, after 6 months, what have you done? You left your baby. So I'm also a person that I knew that it's just me, it's about my identity, that I just love working. And I was just trying to find people who could support me around, that I could make it work. And in my case, it's also about my husband and the policy that we have in Poland. And hopefully it's in most European countries already also in place, that you can share parental leave. I'm not sure that most of women are aware of the fact, but maybe maternity leave is something that is dedicated to the mothers, but in principle, in most countries in Europe, something so-called parental leave is implemented. It means that taking care of a small baby is not only women's thing, but it's also men's things. Yes. So in my case, it was always that after 6 months I was returning to work and my husband was taking over. Yes. And that's how we made it work, which of course also helps later, right? In terms of how to build it in a resilient way. So you can continue when babies are sick or whatever, you can still do your work and be effective in both worlds.
We were talking about paternity leaves on the panel discussion just a moment ago, and Milena was giving that example from Serbia as well. That they have a colleague that is doing that in January. So one thing that I want to ask you about is guilt and judgment, because your own feeling like, oh, maybe I'm actually abandoning my children, or the judgment from other
you hear it
people,
all the time,
or I should actually say from other women, because I remember my sister giving birth to a child and going back to work, and it was actually funnily enough, it was our mother saying, oh, you're gonna leave him already, he's just whatever 3 months old. So how was it in your case?
Yeah, that's the tough one, and definitely we hear it all the time. I mean, we are always laughing with my colleagues that, if you go for a business trip and you have small kids, usually the first question we'll get from your colleagues is, "Oh, and but who's taking care of your kids?" I said, my husband did never receive this question. Nobody asks him when he's leaving for a business trip, who is taking care of
Yes.
your kids. So it's not fair to ask it, right? But of course, I know that the stereotypes are like they are, and they are very well in the community. Especially, sometimes people don't see that the world is changing. And of course, it is also about our relatives, our mothers, in terms of, for example, fathers who take parental leave. It's their fathers who say, "How come you may take a parental leave? It's not masculine, thing," and so on. So I just think, you are the owner of your life, not nobody else. The context is changing, the situation is changing. Some people make their choices because of the economic pressures. Some do it because they want to have a freedom of choice how to own their life and how to use it in the best way. So honestly, I also think that because if you know what you are doing and you are kind of self-confident in this, and you don't have this dilemma inside of you, then somehow you have the aura around you and people don't ask this question. I actually was on the several meetings with women, and we get to the conclusion that if you know what you are doing and you are just confident that this is what you want, people don't ask you this question. Because if you are a tough person, people don't try to build guilt in you, because they know that it won't anyway make
It's not
any
gonna
difference,
work.
right? So I just think that, and of course, sometimes people comment, but who are those people? Is it really somebody who is important for you? If it's somebody important for you, take your time and just explain why you are doing this to me. Because I definitely, I mean, I love my kids, I love my job. I was always navigating both. And I never think that I mean, now when I'm looking at my kids, my oldest son is 16 years old. I think he's independent. I left him a lot of space for being independent, which actually I think is much better than taking, being like so-called now satellite mother who is, taking care of everything. She has to know everything and so on. On my case, I just think it's not necessary. So quality time is not necessarily a lot of time that you have to contribute to the family.
So what were some of the things that your children, your boys, have actually taught you? Is it anything related to resilience, to perhaps leadership, or balance? What is that?
Well, definitely patience. But I think that, in Poland, there is a book about AI. And actually, in the introduction to this book, there is a poem written about, what the kid can teach you. And it's all about soft skills. And at the end, the book is how, what you can learn from your kids, so AI won't take over your job. So it's more that we know that now, soft skills are becoming more and more important, right? So I think that definitely this is very important. So all the patience, multitasking, being focused, yes. So in the moment where you are with kids, you are with kids. In the moment where you are at work, you are at work. And also it's about how you navigate those things, how you communicate those things. Because sometimes, we have a lot of things in our heads, but at the same time, we assume others know it, yes? It's not true. It's also about the way how you explain things to your husband or to your partner. It's also how you explain things to others, yes? So you have to be very precise in this, because that it can lead to misunderstandings. And maybe just an important thing is that actually I'm glad that this link between those things that you can learn as a parent and how you can transfer those skills on the labor market is being more and more acknowledged. For example, in United States, McKinsey did a survey among their women employees, and they actually were investigating whether they actually see the link between what they were taught as being a mother, and then how they can transfer these skills to the labor environment. And actually, they were not at all. They didn't see this link. But then they invited those ladies for the discussions, and they started to ask about what do you think is the best soft skill you can, now you need at your work and so on. And they started to name the same skills. And then they said, do you see the link between those two worlds? And they were so, yeah, actually, that's true.
Actually,
Yes,
yes.
we can we have to see this. Yes. So it means that the time you are spending on maternity leave is not a time off. It's actually the time where you do different stuff, but you can, at the same time, you can use these things when you return to work.
I love this comment because sometimes people think that, once you're on maternity leave, that's, time lost. It's definitely not the case. From your work at Share the Care, Foundation, what changes in family and workplace do you believe are the most urgent ones?
I mean, something that has started in our Share Care Foundation is actually working on this, is promoting sharing parental leave. Yes, I think it's a game changer. Your closest people around you, especially if you decide to be a mother, especially when you want to have a family, it's your partner, right?
Yes.
And of course, it's very important that he is also engaged, because I think we will never change the fact that even women, if they want to work, they actually work on two full-time jobs. Yes. In Poland, for example, it's surprising because the support for the parental partnership model of a family is actually on the rise. It's almost 76% in Poland of people who say that actually partnership model of a family is the best one. So it means that both parents work and they share the care. But at the same time, if we have the recent research in Poland, we know that in almost 70% of the families where both parents work and they have small kids, like around between 1 and 9 years old, it's actually mother taking fully care of the kids. So there is a gap, and I think that if you engage your partner on the early stage and he's taking parental leave, then he will keep being engaged. Whereas if you are the person who stays with the kids and then you just, you learn all those things and you expect somebody else will do it as good as you, then I'm sorry, it will never work. So I think that for employers, it's also important to acknowledge that father can be, that their male employees are also parents. Yes, so it's a change inside in society, but also in the labor market. Yeah.
So my last question to you today, if you could send one message to women founders, female entrepreneurs who are struggling with that sort of family, ambition tension, what would it be?
I just think build your self-esteem, be the owner of your life, and just do what you want to do, and just try to find a solution how to put it in the correct way. And find the resources. I mean, in the business world, if you have a goal, sometimes it's very ambitious. You always put the resources to make the goal work, right? And to achieve the goal. And that's exactly the same rule in your daily life, with the kids. You can navigate it all, but then you have to have a support. If you have a good partner who can support you, great. If you have maybe your own parents around you, great. If you don't have it, maybe just build network of the women around you, around your kindergartens, around your schools, in your neighborhoods, and so on. There will statistically, I can tell you that you will always find at least 2 nice girls in every single group of the kindergarten or at school that you can actually liaise with and say, okay, today I will pick up the kids and then you and then you. I was doing this always and it's always worked. So I really encourage you to be open and just find the resources to achieve your own goals.
Sylvia, thank you so much for this. This was, I can see some comments already. Thanks for sharing your story. Thank you so much for all the advice, and for the women that are listening to us. I think one piece of advice would be, select your partner correctly. That would be something wise to do. Sylvia, thank you so much, and see you around.
My pleasure. See you around. Thank you.
Okay, so now the third challenge, and the third challenge is really related to money. So access to capital remains one of the biggest barriers for women entrepreneurs, and that is about navigating investor bias or balancing personal risk. The financial side of running a business can be really draining, and equally draining as the operational part of the business. So to discuss that, we have Adriana Danilo, who is I'm sorry, who is an entrepreneur and an art director and an illustrator, and has been to some extent also trying to navigate this sort of financial environment. So good to have you with us.
Thank you for having me, because I see a lot in the chat that many women struggle with imposter syndrome, and I want to tell them that I feel like such an imposter like in this moment, because I've seen all these great women, before me, And I'm like, here, what have I really done? I've been like a freelancer and illustrator for 14 years, and I don't have a book. I don't have like much. But actually, every story and every success or alternative success, it's a good success. So we can embrace that and learn from also this kind of alternative way of doing stuff.
Some of the stories that we've heard today were about the definition of success. And for some people, that definition can mean this. And, for other people, that definition might be about something completely different. So, it's about how you define yourself and how everyone defines success. Okay. So I have a few questions to you. So what has been your most challenging financial decision as an entrepreneur, and how did you work through it?
For me, the most difficult is to step back from active client work. If I have different business opportunities or project I want to launch or think about, and it's difficult for me to step back and take some sabbatical or some time off to just focus on that. Because it's always this fear, that you will disappear and people will forget about you. And I also hear the stories about being a woman, and I think it's like the same. You think like you're going to miss a lot of opportunities and a momentum. But actually, I have learned this that every time I took a break for thinking and strategizing about the future, it has proved to be a good decision. Like every time, I never had, okay, some clients did disappear and I did lose some opportunities, but every time new opportunities come, and I think we are in a overflow of opportunities today. So I think this is a fear we should really, overcome, because it's just a myth. It's not really just our fear that we're not going to we don't have the self-trust to think, am I going to be good enough after 1 year? Or if I just take this pause, will my skills, I don't know, blunt? I won't be so, on top of things. But actually, when you step back, you also acquire different skills like patience and, inner work, which prove to be like really a differentiator when you come back, to your projects.
Many founders really struggle with, sort of balancing the day-to-day delivery and the need to sort of chase new business. There's always, especially if you're a freelancer, if you're self-employed, if you're running your own studio, let's say, how has that tension showed up for you?
Well, I really don't believe in this balance. I really I don't have like a Monday to Friday kind of schedule, and I know Victoria said, for some people this works. But for me, I try to keep like a flow from Monday to Sunday, and I may take time off on Mondays or Tuesday or Thursday, and I just, want to exploit myself when I'm most energetic and passionate. And that might be on a Sunday, and I don't want to limit myself to this kind of, a bit of traditional kind of work, because this is not how I work. It might work for some people, but I realized over time that when I try to work from Monday to Friday, Pomodoro techniques or any other kind of, organizing my time, they never work. Or I think also maybe because I'm an illustrator and creative person, and those kind of projects always cannot be on, on the clock. You have to be always in your mind and looking for inspiration. And this is how I try to take a step back when I want to focus on my work. And when I have clients and deadlines, I work, Monday to Sunday. I don't really take this kind of linear timeline into consideration.
Got it. Got it. So what creative, strategies or some sort of alternative routes to getting funding or to having access to finance have you seen work with traditional when sort of traditional capital wasn't available?
I think the future is for solopreneurs mostly and for communities. Especially in this AI, society, I think the people who are going to build communities are going to thrive, because communities are the ones who are going to fund your projects. We all have heard about Kickstarter and all this kind of, kind of funding. There's also like Substack where you can build a community, school communities for studying, for courses. And I think here is the future to build something with your audience, with your community. And when they see you, from the beginning of their journey, they see you fail, they see you, they see your wins. And like right now, I have all the people from LinkedIn watching me and cheering me because they're like so excited because I just started being on LinkedIn for 9 months. And it's so exciting, to have them and for them to see me because I'm just pivoting my business. I'm preparing some courses and digital products, and I'm changing my business. And having these people, early on this journey, I think it really helped me to get the funding that I'm going to need, for all my future projects.
So this is about building that community in the first place, and then sort of sharing your work with them, and making sure that they sort of accompany you on
Yes.
that path. That sounds really, really interesting. So how do you decide whether to keep growing with your own resources or to sort of bring this outside source of funding?
Well, I think because I have been a freelancer for 14 years and I never scaled. And a lot of people ask me, why didn't you start, an agency, hire people, go bigger? And I think that bigger doesn't mean always a better life. It just means like, yeah, it means bigger responsibilities, more stress. And at the end of the day, I want to ask myself, is this something that is going to bring more impact to the world? I mean, my work is going to have an impact, or is just like social validation? Do I want to be socially, recognized as successful because I have a successful agency or studio, or I make this kind of money and I have this kind of employers, this kind of numbers of employees? So I think this is what I'm trying to ask myself. If this project that I want to build, if I want to have more freedom and creativity, I will choose to be my own, source of funding. But if and only if it's something my own and my community. But if something that needs scaling, I don't know, inventory or something like bigger, then yeah, you can bring on investors. But what I want people to understand is that at the end of the day, when you bring people in your business as co-partners, you also lose a bit of the control, and you have also bigger responsibilities when you have employees and other people you collaborate with.
Yes.
So you have to ask yourself to be really to understand, what this brings with this kind of decision to bring other people in your business.
So this is the matter of choosing what you really want and defining that success,
Exactly.
which is something we've been discussing
Because I think
for.
I think we have this idea of patriarchal kind of success. Like, yeah, you are successful when you have this kind of business and this kind of income. And the most struggle idea I had to work with is that money is not feminine. And I want women to know that money is like the most feminine thing you can do. Because every time I didn't earn as much as I wanted, I realized I was impacting all the businesses around me. My hairdresser wasn't earning as much because I wasn't going to her anymore. My, I don't know, groceries, organic grocery store, in my neighborhood wasn't making as much because I wasn't spending my money there. So actually making money, especially as a woman, yeah, money can be bad in the bad people's hands. But people who have, something to build, like something to give to the community, they can really ripple into effect. You can have money for your friends' businesses, for your family. You can really make a change if you just accept that money is feminine, is a great thing to have. And it's okay to have money, to want money, and to flaunt your money, and to talk about money.
I love that. I love that. One financial lesson you wish you had known earlier in your journey. What would that be?
Learn your personal finances, because I think a lot of women know the business finance part, how to, run the cash flow of a business. But I think we're not really taught enough about investing and building our personal wealth. And I mean, I go at meetings with friends and I see all the men talking about Bitcoin and investing, and all the women talk about makeup and skincare and anti-aging. And it's not their fault. It's because we are bombarded with this, these problems that are not really problems, with anti-aging. We all age. So I think we should focus more on learning about money and personal finances, because it's really important to have that cushion of money, because cushion of money means a safety net. So when you have a safety net, you can really pivot your business, your personal life. You have that, safety to explore more than just your business. Maybe you want to, because I have been an actress, I have done dancing, I have pet sitting around the world, I have done so many things that I don't even consider myself an illustrator. It's hard for me to say, what do you do? I don't know. I do so many things that, I don't put like, a label on
A
myself.
label, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect. Adriana, thank you so much for this. I mean, all the insights and all the examples and all the stories and cases have been so inspiring that I'm hoping I can see you are so inspiring from Nado. That's a message. Thank you so much, and we're really hoping that these stories, these personal stories from Victoria, from Adriana, from Sylvia, will help all of you see a different side of doing business. This less related to struggles, less related to hardships. It's actually about showing how exciting that is. I mean, look at Adriana, how energetic
And
she is.
I want to say one more thing, because I had both 6-figure years and 5-figure years, and one thing that changed for me, my perspective on money, is that this amount is enough for me, or this is how much I can earn, or is possible. For example, I earn, like, for maybe 8 years of my career, only 2,000 euros per month, because that was rich in my community and in my family. It was like, oh my God, I'm already rich. I don't need to struggle more. But when I learned that, you can earn like 5,000 per month, 10K per month, like other people are doing it, like it's possible for me. And I was starting to charge more for the value I was giving to the clients, not just my geographical location, because I'm from Romania. I don't need to charge less. And once I started to implement it in my business, I started to earn more by working less. And I think at the first panel, they said what Gen Z are bringing to the table. Yeah, work smarter, not harder. And I think this also resumes to money mindset. That's when you start to work smart, not harder.
Adriana, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
that. Lovely to have you here, and hope you will stay with us for the pitching session, which is about to start. So we are now transitioning to the pitching session, and I would like to invite all the jurors to join me at the beginning. I believe, we should have 6 jurors. I'm not sure one of them is joining us today, but where are they? Where are our jurors?
I think we're here.
Okay, I can hear, yeah, I can see myself only, so I could hear Samuel.
Hey there.
Can we spotlight all the other jurors? Oh, there he is. That's Samuel Burke. Okay, who else is with us?
Okay, it's Diana from Smoke. I'm also here.
Oh, Diana is with us already. Can we spotlight Diana, please? Yes. We have Natalia. Oh, fantastic. We have Natalia as well. But I can see Diana. Can we spotlight Diana, please? Anyone? I can see her. Yes, there she is. Okay. I could see her in a small window, but I couldn't see her full screen. So we're still missing two judges, I think, right? So I know that Bosak Jorlutuna from E2 Venture Capital won't be joining us, but we should be joined by Jacek Kubas from EBRD, and Armin should be from SmartGate VC, should be joining us anytime soon. So, all right. This is going to be very exciting and very stressful for me, because I have to look at my stopwatch all the time, and I have to be extremely strict when it comes to the time, because each team is going to have 5 minutes 5 minutes only. And after 5 minutes, I am going to stop. And then we're going to have another 5 minutes for questions from the jury. So ask as many questions as you want. We only have 5 minutes for those questions and for the answers. So hopefully you have your scoring cards, I guess. Can you confirm that for me? Fantastic. So just a quick round of introductions. We have Samuel Berg, a broadcaster and an entrepreneur, an Emmy winner as well, a bilingual journalist. Happy to have you with us, Sam. We have Diana Kojarska, who is the founding partner at Smoke Ventures, really present across Central and Europe with quite a few investments in Eastern Europe as well. But I think she can tell us a little bit more about that. And we have Natalia Wojtowicz, who is a senior manager at Visa, and she's also going to cast her points. Fantastic. So we are starting. We have the first participant finalist already joining us. So we will remove you from the spotlight right now. You can listen in, and we'll spotlight Inva. Inva, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, so ready to pitch.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I am going to start the stopwatch.
Okay.
1 tiny second. Sorry, I'm not prepared for this that quickly. Okay, resetting, start. Off you go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Din Bastanaliai. I am from Albania, and I come to you today not only as the executive director of a tech startup, which is United Consulting, but also as a journalist. I've spent more than 7 years as a fact-checking journalist and an investigative journalist, and I know firsthand the cost of telling the truth. In 2019, after reporting the Albanian earthquake, I came back to my newsroom traumatized, not only by the number of the dead bodies that I saw during those days, and most of them were children, which is horrific, but by the fact that my newsroom sent me and my colleagues out there without no information at all about the traumas, no safety equipment at all. And when we came back, we didn't get any help at all. So in that moment, it was precisely that day or the silent after that story that, let's just say, shaped Press Shield. Next slide, please. Journalists today, especially freelancers and women, are exposed to harassment, traumas, and stress. And on what do we rely on? I say we because I consider still myself a journalist. We rely on unsafe WhatsApp groups, simple favors between ourselves, or just like pure denial, like the stress or the trauma, it's not there. We are patching bullet wounds with band-aids, and it's creating this gap that it has already its consequences. So every time a reporter burns out, it just simply leaves the newsroom or censor themselves out of fear. It's like in this moment that our society loses a piece of the truth. I don't want to say democracy because it will be like a big word. Next slide, please. As I said, like we are tolerating sometime or the most of the time this problem. So what is like Press Shield? Press Shield is the digital shield that everyone, every journalist can and should, like I want to emphasize that, should carry in their pockets. Think of it as like your therapist, your lawyer, your newsroom right at your fingertips. Next slide, please. It's a mental health room with trauma-informed psychologists, self-care resources, so the journalists can understand the level of the trauma or the stress that they are facing. And it will also offer peer support for them. Another part of this app, it will be the legal aid hub, which will have like a vetted pro bono lawyers and an instant find lawyer now. And from my perspective and my experience, this is something that the most of journalists lack as an information. Another important part is the global forum, which will be like fully encrypted. It will give the opportunity to all journalists to connect among themselves, to collaborate, and to alert each other about different situations. Another part, it will be the training library, which will give the information in the real time for different training, different conferences, or just calls from different newsrooms for freelance journalists. So it will give them the opportunity to grow professionally, not just to stay inside their little newsrooms. And I say little newsrooms because there are like plenty of them. At least in Albania, the number of online media is getting bigger and bigger, but this doesn't mean that the quality of the journalism it's keeping the same path. Next slide, please. So our mission as Press Shield is simple: protect a journalist, protect the truth. Press Shield gives a peace of mind. It's a big word, but it is there, like gives a peace of mind for only $5 a month, $50 a year. This will be like
we need to finish, unfortunately. 5 minutes have passed. So questions from the jurors, please. Who's going first?
I just want a great presentation and nice to meet you. A quick question. Do you feel, who do you feel is your competition in this space? Do you feel that there's anybody else doing even some of this type of work as you've looked at the scope?
Well, I've done my researches before about this point, and there is no newsroom that offers this kind of combination, or at least there is like no other app that offers this service. There are newsrooms that offer like training or just like quick advice in this kit tools for journalists, but not this kind of combination. I'd like to think it like the pyramid of the food for a journalist, where the base is like the mental health. I want to point to the mental health part, because we all know that we can find like the legal aid support in different ways, like among ourselves, but having all in one app, it's difficult to find.
And how did you validate the need with the journalists or with the like press rooms? Like, and also who's gonna pay the $5?
Journalists. So we have made this kind of calculation, which is like $5 a month, and the subscription it will be like for $50 a year with a 2 months free trial. But we didn't want to let outside like journalists who couldn't pay or students of journalism. So we thought that by NGO scholarships or collaboration with the universities, so the students or the journalists who cannot pay this kind of app can find a way, an alternative way to go through this service.
But right now the journalists like will be paying, or the press rooms.
So it's like $5 per month with a 2-month free trial.
Okay, and did you validate the need with the journalists? Do you have like a wish list of people that want to join the app?
Well, we have validate. It's not that per se a validation, because we are thinking to making like a big poll that especially because the idea is firstly regional and then to grow globally. And I have made like interviews and short polls with journalists here in Tirana and some other journalists in other city, because I see that the need, it's not only in the biggest like newsroom, but also at the local journalists. So I want to phrase only one sentence that I got from one journalist that said, "I'd pay just for the panic button," because sometimes they don't know where to go and they don't know how to read their stress, their trauma, because they are people in the end of the day, and they don't know how to separate the trauma that they get from their job or probably from their private life. So it's really like it's a simple sentence. I pay just for the panic button. And the panic button is the mental health room. So they really need the psychological part, which is like, it was mind-blowing for me, because in the beginning, the idea is to give them like the opportunity to connect with other journalists in the real time, or to inform them about the different opportunities around the world, like freelance articles and everything else, but the need is purely psychological.
Natalia, any questions from you? We still have 35 seconds. All right, so that means that we are...
Can I ask one quick one? Sorry, Andrew.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm raising my hand. I don't know if you can see it, my virtual hand. Have you thought about an enterprise model? Lots of companies make a lot of money from the newsrooms paying for a subscription to FT or Wall Street Journal. Could this be something, a model that you've looked at?
Well, we are like still evaluating like because here seeing the situation from inside, and I mean inside in Albania, you can get like different perspectives. At the beginning, I was speaking with media safety experts, because my team blends not only software developer engineers, but also journalists and media experts, safety experts. And
okay, Inva, sorry, I need to stop you here. We have to be very strict with the timing. Thank you so much. A wonderful presentation, fantastic pitch, and the jurors, thank you for the questions. So we're moving on to the next finalist. Is the next finalist with us? And the next finalist is Ruslana. Can we see Ruslana? Oh, we do not see Ruslana. Okay, so then we are moving on to Anna. Is Anna Drobot with us? There she is. Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Please start the presentation. I cannot see the presentation.
Okay, we are about to do that. There we are.
Great. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Great.
And your time is started.
Hello all. I'm Anna, founder of Peony Media, a woman-led digital agency from Moldova. Next, please. What if I told you that 70% of Moldovans struggle to tell fake news from real on social media? In a country, my country, with no army, a weak economy, and over 1.5 million people working abroad, social media has become the front line. Independent journalists work in tiny teams without the resources or tools to respond fast. Meanwhile, pro-Kremlin networks pumped up last year over 180 million euros last year into digital propaganda, buying votes, funding protests, and flooding feeds with lies. Next slide, please. Our solution, Smart Content Studio. This is a kit of ready-made, customizable templates in CapCut that journalists can use to quickly turn verified facts into short video formats for Reels and TikToks. No design skill needed, no advanced tools, just plug in the fact, choose the format, and post. Our MVP, as you can see, includes one tested video template addressing common misinformation themes, fake news. The template is in English just for the sake of this project, but we have planned next versions in Romanian and Russian. Next slide, please. There are tools out there to show and debunk fake content, just as you see a platform called Stop False, but none focused on this specific niche, fighting disinformation throughout speed and storytelling. Next slide, please. So Smart Content Studio is unique because it enables content creation up to 10 times faster than starting from scratch, fills a real gap because it's turning investigation into stop scrolling content that people actually want to watch. Next slide, please. The toolkit will be available for free for independent journalists via a landing page. Later, we'll offer custom templates, branded kits, and trainings for NGOs and media educators. This model supports the press while making the project sustainable long-term. Next slide, please. Yes, this one. Smart Content Studio helps build a better informed society by making verified news more visible on the platform where young people spend their time. It helps builds trust in local media by enabling them to respond faster and more effectively to disinformation. And because the templates are easy shareable, this model can scale to other regions facing similar challenges. Next slide, please. The timing couldn't be more urgent. In Moldova, the government, right before the latest election, created a center to counter disinformation, even though it has just a consultancy role. Post-election, disinformation hasn't stopped at all. Short video is booming, and so is propaganda. But there's momentum. Local media are more aware than ever. The tool exists, and the need is clear. What's missing is support to turn good ideas into action. Next slide, please. This is a woman-led project. I'm Anna, founder of Peony Media. I've worked in digital content and marketing for over 10 years, also in Bucharest, so hi, Adriana. My team includes designers and media experts who know their business very well. We're already in touch with local press for the possibility to test the first templates. Our team is small, but we care deeply about digital truth and media freedom in Moldova. We're asking for 10,000 euros to escalate this MVP into a fully usable toolkit. This includes 10 more disinformation templates in Romanian and Russian, CapCut version for mobile accessibility, testing with 10 local journalists across whole Moldova, building a simple landing page to access and share the kit, and producing 2 demo videos to show impact in real time. With your support, this can go live in under 6 months. This isn't just a content project. It's a fight for visibility in the places where people's opinions are shaped, on their phones in 15 seconds while scrolling. And it's a fight that Moldova and women journalists are ready to lead. So thank you.
All right, so you didn't use your time. We still have 20 seconds, so we can use them for the questions. So who's asking their question first?
I can start. Thank you, Anna, for your idea sharing. This idea is very promising, but why you want to limit your potential audience on journalists only?
This is the first step from the project. We have an idea to build a bigger system, a bigger app to include not only for journalists, not only for fake news, but this is my first, let's say, tech project that I want to dig my waters in. So this is like a small step, but yes, we do have plans for the whole big scale.
And one more question about pricing model. I didn't catch the point that for free and the prices on. Can you repeat your pricing model?
Yes. So the first time we will do the free model, a freemium model. This is what it's called. So it will be free for journalists and for small media outlets because the need is there. I have friends in media, small outlets, and they always struggle with responding very fast with the news and to debunk them. I'm just saying about the disinformation because there's a lot of things going on the online press. So after that, we are aiming for partnerships, NGOs, like for the next 4 years, hopefully more. Moldova is on the path of the pro-European side, so much more companies will come and they will need branded kits, templates for them. So yeah, this is the this is the model that this is the path that we will get our revenue from.
Sam, go ahead. You have raised your hand. Oh, and Diana as well. Okay, Sam, go ahead first.
I'm just curious what the actual technology is behind it, because I think you'd have some really strong competition. You have companies like Canva, which is one of the best funded startups in the world. They're doing AI reels. So I'm wondering what your technology is and what's your advantage over these deep pocket competitors.
So our local press are using mainly CapCut, the free version, because they don't have the money for the ones with money, for premium ones. So the template that you could see in the presentation, I made it myself with elements that are free. So it builds a template so that they can just put the fake information, the fact, and then just post it. So they don't need design skills, because most of them are struggle with that beyond the fast moving pace. So I'm not competing with Canva, actually. Right now, the solution, the Smart Content Studio, are for journalists that want to make fast short form videos, let's say. So yes, Canva can be an indirect competitor, but not on this stage of this project, as I see it.
Diana?
Yeah, I was actually also like planning to ask the same question about the tech side. Like everyone is now like, oh, I'm using AI for this and that. And like you can tell the story to AI because like from what I understand, you're giving them the toolkit to create like fast content. But
yes.
Are you also planning to give them the toolkit to validate the information actually, to verify if this is a false or not? Or is it for more like their content?
So being an independent media press, assuming they're speaking the truth, we are hoping so, because this template, it's easily can get to foreign hands. Okay, I thought of that for the evil meaning. So it will be distributed only to the media outlets that are validated as a true, independent, and truthful media outlets.
Okay.
I hope to answer
All
you.
right. Okay, fantastic. So, Anna, thank you so much for this presentation, and best of luck. Now we're moving on. We're actually coming back to Ruslana, who should be with us now. There she is. I can see her. Fantastic. Ruslana, are you ready to pitch?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, so do we have Ruslana's presentation?
Sorry, my internet connected unstable. Sorry. Please forgive my English. I will speak simply, but the message of our project is powerful. My name is Dr. Ruslana Gurskaya. I am a neurologist and researcher with more than 25 years of experience. Today, I want to show you how we can reclaim our brains, starting in Ukraine and scaling to Europe with Visa She's Next. Next slide, please. Young people between 18 and 35 are suffering from dopamine exhaustion. What does it look like? Endless scrolling, short form thinking, loss of focus, war stress, and economic instability make it worse, especially for students, young professionals, and women under chronic pressure. Existing solutions are not enough. Meditation apps are time-consuming, expensive, and not localized. Productivity trackers only measure time but don't restore brain function. Pills give short-term results with side effects. Digital detox methods are too complex to maintain. In today's world of AI content explosion and information noise, attention is now the most scarce resource. Next slide, please. Our answer in a 72-hour neuro-intensive program delivered through a Telegram bot is it combines neuro protocols, physical activity, cognitive practice, mentor support with AI personalization as an episode. Next slide, please. The format in short, practical, and results appear from day one. On day 3, plus 30% thinking speed and minus 50% mental noise. We already launched the MVP, free checklist and practices done. $9 tripwire bot launched. 250 clear mind course first sales confirmed. VIP 3000 CIO program 50% developed. This shows clear demand and readiness to pay for scalable brain health solution. Our impact: users regain focus, clarity, and control over their digital life. Business and society, less burnout, higher productivity. Scalability is usually adapted to European markets with multilingual content. Next slide, please. We already have early users, first paying clients, and testimonials confirming results. My concentration improved, stress is under control, my confidence is back. This is prevention, not just damage repair, and that is why it matters now. Next slide, please. Why us? Because we merged medicine and technology and marketing. I bring clinical expertise in neurology and brain plasticity. My team covers IT development, UX UI design, and international digital marketing. Why now? Because mental resilience is a top global priority in times of war, crisis, and AI overload. Young people are aware of the problem and actively searching for effective solutions. With Next is the perfect partner to scale this from Ukraine to all Europe. Next slide.
Ruslana, we're finishing. Your time is up already. So now it's actually time for the questions. So do we have questions from the jurors?
Please allow my daughter, who helps me with this project, to answer the questions. Please, Valeria Gurskaya, please.
We only allow one team leader to answer the question, so it will have to be you.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Valeria Gurskaya, please. Allow my daughter, who helped me with this project.
I understand, Ruslana, but we cannot allow.
Sorry.
We have a question from Diana.
Okay, okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much then.
Thank you.
Okay, so no chance to ask questions. Diana, sorry about that. We have the next finalist, and that is Nadezhda, right? Is Nadezhda with us already?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We don't see you yet. Okay, we have the presentation. Okay, all right. So the floor is yours, and 5 minutes.
Okay. Hello, My name is Nadezhda, and I am the founder of Funding Flow. Our mission is simple. We help women entrepreneurs get fast and fair access to funding. We use AI and smart scoring to connect businesses with the right grants, loans, and investors. Next slide, please. Problem and opportunity. Today, women entrepreneurs face too many barriers to access funding. Information about grants and loans is fragmented across many websites. Eligibility rules are often unclear or hard to understand. Applications are slow and full of paperwork, forms, requests, business plans, visits to offices. Every funder has different requirements, wasting time and energy without guaranteed results. Meanwhile, significant funding is available. In Moldova alone, the potential is over 500 million in funding. That means many great businesses' ideas never grow, missing chances to create jobs and value for the economy. Next slide, please. Our solution, Funding Flow, makes the funding application process simple and inclusive. One intake form collects all business data. Our AI wizard matches each entrepreneur instantly with the right grants or loans. An auto dossier is created once and reused everywhere. No more repeating applications. Bank and donors receive verified scores applications, saving them time and cost. Instead of filling out 10 forms and waiting months, an entrepreneur complete one form, gets instant matches, and reuse the same verified dossier across banks and donors. For example, a solar park project goes directly to green funding, while a farm connects instantly with agriculture programs. Next slide, please. Market business and models. However, success fee when funding is secured, 0.5% from the granted loan. Pro subscription for entrepreneurs, the market and revenue potential. In Moldova, about 500 million in funding is available with 1.5% fee. We could earn around 2 million per year. Plus, we'll offer subscription for both banks and entrepreneurs, which will increase our monthly revenue. Next slide, please. In this year, we plan to have an MVP live with 50 entrepreneurs onboarded and 2 pilot banks. In the future, we plan to expand to Romania and EU. Next slide, please. Why us? Why now? Over 20 years experience in banking, credit, and financial product development, we already see strong interest from women entrepreneurs who urgently need funding. At the same time, banks and donors are looking for businesses to finance. Funding Flow is the bridge that matches these two sides. This is the right time and the right team to solve the problem. Thank you.
All right, that was 3 minutes, 20 seconds only. So we have plenty of time for questions. So who's going first?
I can start.
Sam. Okay. Natalia, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Thank you. Do you need to agree with your Moldovan banks or banks from Romania to let this application work correctly? Or
yes,
technical
because
part?
yes, because it's we need to collect the data from the customers, and then we intend to promote this data to the banks. And yes, we need to agree this form of application to their.
And where you are in this process, or this is just idea, and then if you get like support, you will proceed to the bank's agreement?
These ideas, and I try to collect information from businesses about their needs, and from my experience, I know what it's a complication, this process, and also I try to make the technical I open a website and create some request or some forms, application forms to complete for the customers, and I try to connect with a table, and also I see what it will be work in the future. And in this moment, I want to launch MVP. Of course, I need to work more with technical team.
Thank you.
Sam, go ahead.
A similar question that I had in the last rounds, which is about competition. Who do you see as your competition out there, and what do you think is your advantage over them?
I don't have any competitors because I know in Moldova the banks or the donors have their website and their criteria, eligibility criteria, but I want to connect all of them in one platform, in one website. I want to up-to-date information every time, and also I want to make sure the customer to understand the eligibility criteria, to have good financial plans, to check the best financial solutions for their businesses.
And just to be clear, is this focused on a particular set of companies or organizations? Is this mainly nonprofits that are going for these grants?
No, it is for all type of business.
Okay, thank you.
There are many programs in Moldova, like women in finance, women in business, ODA, banks who have different type of funding or with grants, and it can help to connect women to banks, to donors, to find funding for their businesses.
All right, thank you. And Diana, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask if you're saying there is no other platform like that in Moldova. So, like, why are you also only because if wanted to make sure if I understand correctly, you're focusing on women-led businesses or generally all businesses who want to apply for grants?
First, I want to help women because they has now so many opportunities. They has lack of capacity to take a loan, and also I want to expand to different type of business and different form of companies.
Okay, but if you're only because you can do like campaign for like women entrepreneurs, like educational campaign, and then like also help others because then you are not limiting your market.
I want in Chisinau and for all women in all Moldova, not only Chisinau.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have it? Oh, okay. I was just going to ask if any one of you have any more questions, but Nadezhda just disappeared. So we have the fifth. Oh, there she is. I don't know if we have any other questions, but we have 30 seconds still, so we can make use of that. But I'm not sure we have any questions. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Okay, Nadezhda, thank you very much for that pitch. And now we're moving to Bahar. Bahar is with us already. Okay, already.
Can you hear me?
Presentation. Yes, we can hear you. Okay, we see the presentation. All right, so your 5 minutes have started.
Hi, this is Bahar talking. I have a long black hair and I'm wearing a washer. Next slide, please. Globally, around 16% of the population has disabilities, and 20% of all female population has disabilities. People with disabilities don't feel secure to talk about their disabilities. Why? Because we still rely on the medical model of the disability, which blames the disability itself as the reason for exclusion from society. Laws and legal services are inaccessible and unaffordable for them. 90% of documents and contracts are inaccessible. Women with disabilities face double discrimination and violation in this case. I personally witnessed this among my relatives and female friends. Next slide, please. That's why we build Altogether. Altogether is an AI-powered web, mobile, and desktop application. Legal and compliance are focused on accessibility and disability rights. For B2C individuals, it helps with disabilities understand and claim their rights, and for businesses, it helps them stay compliant with accessibility and disability regulations and avoid risks. Current tools are either generic legal platforms, next slide please, web accessibility checkers or disability-specific advocacy organizations. None provide an integrated solution. Altogether combines AI-driven contract, document analysis, accessibility audits, claim management, and legal info in one accessible platform. We set affordable prices both for individuals and businesses. Next slide, please. Current AI systems exhibit significant bias against people with disabilities, and research showed that they score disability-related content more negatively. Our AI is different. It's trained on inclusive data set and flags any discriminatory content towards persons with disabilities. We also built some offline desktop tools specifically for low internet connectivity area, and businesses can also use this for specific commercial data. Next slide, please. The global accessibility compliance market surpasses 80 billion, and this market is experiencing growth in Azerbaijan, also in Europe, driven by regulatory updates. Businesses that adhering compliance to them, they show a lot of growth in their revenue. Next slide, please. This is our traction. Since 2023, we acquired more than 3,000 new daily users, and our waitlist was with many positive testimonials from them. Just this September, we got accepted to the very competitive AI Founder Program in Seattle AI Venture Lab. We are with the support of Harvard Business School, Y Combinator, and MIT engineers. We are building and developing our AI workflows for our potential customer. We are the winners of the Global Be Changemaker 2020 competition organized by WorldSkills International HB competition. We won several grants and perks, and we participated in different social tech accelerators. This April, we just was featured in Google's social media pages. Next slide, please. We built partnership with several businesses, including local and international, with several pilots and demos. Next slide, please. This is our team. I'm a lawyer and tech developer. My co-founder, Rayhan, she's currently doing disability rights and AI research at the University of Tasmania. We have VC advisor. We have a legal advisor with lived experience and ML advisor. We're currently seeking for 80,000 euro for implementing new user tests in new markets, public launch marketing campaigns, and new hires. Our next slide, please. We want to create a safe space where individuals can openly discuss about disability without feeling insecure. Our goal is to ensure that every person can enjoy their human rights on an equal basis with others. Are you on this journey with us? Let's do it all together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bahar. Now we can spotlight Bahar so everyone can see her. She's joining us from Azerbaijan, as I understand. So your 5 minutes for questions. And Sam's hand is already up, so go ahead first.
Great presentation, and I love your enthusiasm. I'm curious why you think that you could be stronger than ChatGPT. I mean, so many of us who might face some type of issue with an employer can go to ChatGPT and ask these types of questions. So what's your competitive advantage over deep pockets like OpenAI?
It's really a fantastic question. Thank you so much. First of all, I'm frequently taking this question. First of all, we are building our specific, our AI-specific technology, virtual augmented generation. where I earlier mentioned that currently our ChatGPT has a lot of bias and they store negative data towards persons with disabilities. But opposite to them, we have already built the reg system with accessibility, disability regulation, and best practice from the lawyers, not only from Azerbaijan, also international lawyers. So we're constantly testing, updating for myself and lawyers in disability tech. When they're using ChatGPT, it's not updated, but we are constantly updating with, and the AI is not secure. The current AI is not secure, specifically ChatGPT. We built a strong security systems for us. So we mask the data. It don't send any specific sensitive data from both individuals and businesses to the third party. I mean the AI. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Natalia, go ahead.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first question is about pricing. And the second, and probably most importantly, to know the top requests to your app. Can you share?
Oh, thank you so much. First of all, I mentioned in 2023, we started with local community and we built the application with close community with disability. And now we have more than 3,000 users on our wait list. Even I can show you the mobile application that's currently here. The price is, we set the premium price definitely for persons with disabilities because many of them don't have enough budget to pay for that. But for very complicated cases, we're currently collaborating with lawyers and it's very affordable price. And even some lawyers are offering free kind of help to them. For businesses, after interviewing several startups, NGOs, both here and abroad, we currently set the price for now beginning 29 euros, but we also having the third level, which is industry-based level, and it's up to the business and up to the conversations with specifically with them. In terms of demand, there are a lot of demands, not only in Azerbaijan from the B2C part, and currently we have already partnered with organizations from Africa, Pakistan. There are specific natural disasters and they need the urgent tools to help their users. So the businesses will pay us. We already show them several demos and users will use and get quick help. Specifically, they need, for example, during disasters, some tools, how to do this, and our tools are offline specifically for this region. And there are a lot of demand. I hope my answer is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Diana?
Hey, thank you for the presentation. So I wanted to ask, because you mentioned that you have 3,000 users on the wait list. So what needs to happen for you to be able to launch the app?
Sorry, and can you repeat?
What needs to happen that you can launch the app? So you have users not on the wait list, but using the app.
Oh, no. Okay, great question. Actually, I mentioned that some of them are already using the app, but this is not a public app still, because we want to launch the global public app in App Store and iOS, but this was for specific local communities, first in Azerbaijan. And this application is working with some APKs and some zip files. We are sending through emails and Drive files. They are checking it. We're testing face by face, even calling them. So as soon as we launch it publicly, everyone can from anywhere use it. But currently they're using in their local devices.
Mm-hmm. And what's your fail safe that if the app, the AI, sometimes it can hallucinate and it can give the wrong answer to the legal question?
This perfect question. Yeah, I mentioned that we have built our own reg system. I mean, it can't answer anything mistaken because it's our human loop. We're using human in the loop method, so we're constantly checking the data. Professional people. It's not just created by simple developers. It's created with my sister, some other lawyers with our team, and we are rechecking also. I'm security-wise everything, so it can't hallucinate currently. But in case if there is any issues, there's a feedback loop that users can directly send us. We'll work on through them.
Okay, cool. Okay, if I have time still, one more question.
Go ahead.
Because you mentioned that you have 5 countries, pilots in different countries. Like, what's the effort for you to scale the app, like for another country? Like, because like you have to like have new input, like knowledge, language, and so on. And also, I would assume this like people prefer to like talk in their own language with the app.
Question. We have already integrated international language packages in our framework. We are using Flutter, and we have 5 more languages: Azerbaijani, English, German, French, and Russian currently. And it's very easy. We test it also with Italian language. It's not a problem, but we definitely need some professionals also checking some lingual stuff. Maybe there could be some mistakes, but we are currently collaborating with some lawyers from mentioned countries that are
Okay, Bahar, I need to stop you here we need to be fair for everybody. Thank you so much. So we've just completed the first 5 pitches. So we're going to take a short break right now because this event has been going on for the last 2.5 hours. So I need a break. I'm joking. I will be back, or we will be back here in just 30 minutes. So stay with us, and the next 5 finalists will be ready to pitch then. All right, so I can see we're all back here. Let us check the jurors. Are the jurors with us? I don't see everybody yet. No, okay, Natalia is already here. I can see Diana. Is Sam with us as well? Hope he'll join us soon. Okay, so meanwhile, we're gonna get ready with Karini. I hope I'm pronouncing your name the right way. Are you with us already? Karini? Okay, the jurors are back. Now the finalists. Team, do we have Karini with us? I can see her, but she's muted. Yes, so we need to get in touch with her to double check that she's ready. Or we will move to the next finalist. Okay, I can see Karini. Okay, all right. Are you ready to present? Okay, there she is. Okay, fantastic. Well, you need to unmute yourself because I can't hear you.
Okay, so you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you all right. Now the presentation is ready. Okay, so okay, so your time has just started. 5 minutes.
Okay, so I am Karine. I will present my project I called Unfold, and I believe that the way will unfold as we will step in. So next slide, please. And also next slide. What is the problem? Let me explain. Across Armenia and beyond, thousands of women over 50 enter retirement every year. Instead of celebrating freedom, many find themselves slipping into isolation. The main reasons are different. Shifts from multi-generational households to smaller families, women who once held central roles as mothers, caregivers, and community anchors suddenly lose their importance. Psychological changes and loss of reproductive functions push them backwards. The society doesn't see this as a problem. But here is what everyone overlooks. Over 50 women became free from the demands of raising children. They have wisdom, creativity, and initiative ready to be unleashed. Next slide, please. So the current workout versus our solution. What is the issue here? They are locked in current mindset mostly. Most rely on small imperfect fixes, family gatherings, clubs, but those are not solutions. They stick with these options because they are familiar, cheap, and require no extra effort. They keep them passive, disconnected, and undervalued. They are not aware what is going in their bodies physically, how they are changing. Is this problem or not problem? They need treatment or not need treatment. So our solution is different. We can offer dedicated platform for women 50 plus. I call like these tools may look nice, but it can be beyond or upper ages. And their caregivers also combining interactive workshops, mental fitness activities, social clubs, personalized care plan, and also increase awareness among them, what is going on, what they need to do, how to solve the issues. And we go further. We wish to empower women to reveal their hidden talents and even start new projects or businesses for themselves. Next slide, please. So how we create? I think that for women, the value begin before they ever subscribe. The promise of purpose, belonging, and visibility are there. For families, it's peace of mind knowing their loved one is active, connected, and being aware of changes that is going on there. And they not feel already guilt for not taking care of their elder ones. So unlike existing options, our model is active, not passive. Women become participants, not bystanders. Tailored, not generic. Built around the stage of life and strengths. Hybrid and inclusive, combining digital access with real-life community. Empowering, not limiting. Enabling women to contribute, lead, and also create. So we capture this value through the 3 streams: subscriptions, pay per activity, and partnerships. Next slide, please. What I have learned so far, I've never launched this platform yet, but I've been my own first case, test case. I realized how life shifts physically, emotionally, and socially. I tried different paths to stay engaged: sport, fitness, entertainment, wellness, classes, hiking, MBA study, and learning new skills, but it was not enough. Something deeper was missing. So let's go next slide. And why me and why now? This is not just theory, it's lived transformation. I felt it in myself and seen in my parents and realized if it's not enough for me, it is not enough for millions of women. And the timing has never been better. Globally, family structures are shrinking, digital tools are more accessible, and women are living longer, healthier lives. The friction is clear. Society still treats aging women as passive recipients. My project will change from care to contribution, from invisibility to empowerment. So next slide, please. So what is our ask is
Rini, we are sorry, we are 5 minutes, but everybody can see your slide. So now 5 minutes for the jurors to ask questions. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So who wants to go first?
I can start.
Natalia, go ahead.
Please share your pricing model because we didn't cover this
Yes,
topic.
pricing model. Karini, did you hear the question? It's about the pricing model.
I didn't understand. Could you please repeat?
I
It's
mean
the pricing.
This is not for free application. So you want to be paid, and can you describe your model?
For application, it would be free, but they should pay for the services that they will fund. So these meetings, these mentorships, and also gatherings, and also different types of active things. Let's going for hiking, depending on their ability, going for social events, and also some treatments that they can give, meetings with the psychologist, and also we will. I'm planning to have some awareness sessions. It could be free because women needs to know what is going in their body. Women needs to know that is not the finish of the life, that it's not let's say sign stop. And if they know this, they can already feel engaged. They can feel the path that I am trying to let them see. So that's my idea, because most of women just they live their life because they reach to this stage, and the society treats them like that. So awareness is very important, and it will be mostly free for the woman, and also for their caregivers, because they also should know what is going on and should be able to help their elder ones. So that's it.
Diana, your question?
Yeah, I want to actually ask about like what was on the last slide. So what do you need to happen that you can launch that?
So I first I want to develop the platform, I mean the digital app. Then most of the part should be the increasing of awareness. We should increase awareness, especially using different. I have written here so amount of word of mouth, ambassadors, targeted visits, and also we can engage companies that can transfer this information to their employees that are already on the way to reaching 50s. So they can be aware and they can be involved in our program. This is my idea. So first, and then during first year also, if we will be able to provide services 20 and more women, because it is very easy because those services are existing. A lot of services are there, but if you don't know that you are able, you don't know that you need that, let's say walk without shoes. You don't know that you don't need to have treatment, have medicine every time. You can do it without medicine. You can do it just hugging your loved ones, and it will help women in this age. It will have to tackle the isolation, loneliness, whatever. These are multiple types of events. Also meeting, intergenerational meetings, because this helps a lot to feel that they have something to give. And also the services will be provided by women. This is all.
Sam, a quick question because we only have 30 seconds.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding clearly. It's a digital platform, or it would be an in-person platform?
It is a digital platform to engage all the users. Then we will offer also online events, hybrid, also face-to-face events. So it both will be available. This will give us ability to also reach to rural places, because they cannot come to Yerevan, our capital city. They cannot afford anything. And we will have also special types of free treatments for the women that are in lower income families. This is the idea.
Perfect. Thank you so much. 10 minutes have elapsed. So now it's time to look at the next. Thank you very much, Karini.
Thank you.
And now we have Amina, who's joining. Oh, there she is. Okay, fantastic. So is Amina's presentation ready? Okay, the presentation is ready and off you go.
Did you know that in the emerging Europe countries, 1.7 billion industrial waste is being generated every year? I will put you into another numbers. This means that 465 million cars additionally was released to the world in terms of CO2, or it is as much as twice of all the global flights in the world. So it's a lot, and the waste is being just wasted. Next slide, please. But it doesn't have to be this way. In the emerging Europe, as I mentioned, the small medium enterprises, 70% to 95% of the waste, they go directly to the landfills, and the waste is not being reused or utilized in any ways. But actually, those SMEs, they pay also high disposal fees. They also manage their own transport and the compliance. And there is also stricter regulation and increasing pressure to utilize waste in different ways. But it doesn't have to be this way. The SME waste can serve actually as the starter for another industry. Let me explain. For example, water could be started for the dairy industry, or from the coffee waste, we could create the scrubs. But the manufacturers, the SMEs, they don't know the circular pathway and they cannot connect to the right partners. Next slide, please. As I mentioned today, the market is fragmented. There is informal sales to the known contact, and people just either don't sell or send it directly to the dumpsters or the landfills. But tomorrow, with our platform, you can create the marketplace that could be trusted by different SMEs, and they could sell their waste to another SME, so it wouldn't be waste anymore. It is the starter material. And why it is important? Because it creates the partnership for the waste utilization. It closes the loop. Now waste becomes the starter. Plus, it also helps. We also will have the AI-powered circularity assistant that will help to recommend the upcycling options or the reuse options. And also we'll have the proof of impact dashboard, like the CO2 avoided, water saved, money saved, and the virgin materials that was not used, which those companies can also use in their ESG and compliance reporting, which is a good for them. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, thank you. For the environmental and social value, we already mentioned that the CO2 will be avoided and environmental impact cannot be overstated. Economically as well, the SMEs, they wouldn't have to now pay the disposal fees again, but actually they will earn the revenue by selling their waste. And the buyers will also benefit by accessing the cheaper, more reliable secondary waste. And there would be more certainty in the supply chain. You wouldn't have to rely on the volatile virgin supply chains anymore. How we're going to make money? We'll get the small percentage fee from each waste exchange. And also we'll sell our premium impact report that the companies later could use in their compliance, ESG or CSRD audits. And next slide, please. Why now? Because of the economic pressure, the disposal costs are actually rising every day. And there is also the rise of regulations. In EU alone, the landfill bans would happen in 10 years and we could send only 10% of the waste. And let me remind you that right now in emerging Europe, 70 to 90% of the waste go to the landfill. So if we want to be competitive, we have to create a platform to utilize our waste if we cannot recycle it in traditional ways. And why me? Because I have the educational background for it. I'm valedictorian from Istanbul Technical University, graduated from environmental engineering, as well as I am the holder of prestigious Erasmus Mundus scholarship in circular economy, studying in 3 countries. And I already created the circular waste from the I transformed waste to better materials. I created the acoustic panels from coffee and tea waste, helped to produce edible fungal biomass from the food waste. We created the racing car from the waste to showcase that it is possible and raise awareness. And that's why I'm raising the awareness to this problem to you as well. Next slide, please. And the current global waste market is actually valued with externalities to $361 billion. It is not the waste is no longer a cost, it's a $331 billion opportunity. And I already talked to the civil engineers of 35 years as well as my classmates. And civil engineers told me that they have a lot of tons of rubble every year, but our marketplace could link the road, like their waste to the road material buyers, and they could save the money and the hassle. Please, next slide. And my ask is actually simple. I want the seed funding to help me build the platform. I want the mentorship from the circular economy or software specialist. And I also would be happy if you could help me to sign my first clients in construction, agriculture, and plastic industry. And it's a win-win situation for all of us. Waste is not the end, it's the beginning of SMEs leadership in green transition. Thank you.
Perfect timing. That was exactly 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Amina. So now it's time for the jurors to ask their questions. Go ahead. Who's first? Okay, I don't see any hands rising.
Okay, I can start.
Natalia, go ahead.
Thank you for presentation, but I have some doubts on the idea. You mentioned that this is marketplace for SMEs, and marketplace is usually the place where somebody sells something, but your idea is about utilizing wastes. So how can you explain this probably?
They will basically sell their waste. For example, waste is actually defined as something that is not wanted anymore, but I will call this byproducts. For example, your waste, you could consider waste as the coffee, spent coffee from the Starbucks, but it's not actually the waste in our marketplace. You can just list those coffee waste and maybe the scrap industry could buy it from you. So this is the marketplace. And actually the idea is validated. There is a similar platform only for construction waste in the Czech Republic. And they already, I think, had a very big funding. So this potentially could work, and it's very important for our region because we don't even dump the waste. We don't even have the landfills designed. We just put it in the dumpster. As a person from Kazakhstan, I grew up like very close to the dumpster, and I don't want this problem anymore in my region.
Diana?
Yeah, I wanted to ask like about marketplace, because like for marketplace you need both sides. So you need the companies that have the waste, and also you need the companies that deal with the waste. And you also mentioned that you created your own like solutions, like what to do with that. So do you wanna like, so what? Okay, so a few questions in one. So one thing is like, how many of companies do you have locally who are actually dealing with the waste? And do you also want to create your own solutions or like subsidiaries maybe like to deal with that? Like, because like for example in Poland, like we have companies to deal with the waste, and you have like separate startup just out of that, like what to do with like waste from coffee beans, for example.
Yeah, I can speak for the Kazakhstan. I don't think that we have even utilization of waste in any point, because in the research we had the highest out of 1.7. We had 1 billion of waste generated, and 99% is just being dumped. So the market is very free. For the subsidiaries, I would love to do that in the future, but I want to just now focus on the marketplace. But because I'm a circular economy expert and environmental engineer, I'm very passionate, and I could think about this in the future.
But if you have barely like any companies that can serve and like utilize the waste, like that's why I was also asking that, you know, the market.
But
yeah,
but we have also one of the highest manufacturing industries, because we have the metal tailings, and metal tailings could be also reused. And in every country we have the construction industry, and like all of when the building is being demolished, now it just goes to the landfill. But actually, you can reuse the bricks and the cement in the road building. So it's actually like very easy to do it. We just need to change the mind and like show them that okay, you can make this much money from this.
Sam, any questions from you? We still have 2 minutes, almost 2 minutes.
I'm just curious. I mean, I heard about your background, but you're talking about very different fields in terms of waste. So I'm wondering I'm assuming you know about some of these very well, but maybe not others, but maybe you do. So how are you going to tap into these seemingly very different industries of waste?
That's actually a good question. So I'm an environmental engineer, and in general, in my bachelor, I decided the waste management project of the whole city. So I know how different waste could be like utilized and reused. We did the actual engineering drawings for that. So that's why I just understand the waste really well. And in my master's, I have actually like chemical engineering and process engineering, as well as environmental engineering. So my master's kind of triple degree master's. So I can also help to utilize at least chemical industry, like in general processes. And I also work with the construction industry because of the project summer school that I went to Switzerland, and we utilized there. So I'm kind of a master of a jack of all trades, if you would say, when it comes to waste. It doesn't sound very attractive, but I am a waste expert.
That doesn't sound like a waste at all.
Amina, thank you so much for this presentation. The time is up. So we're moving from Kazakhstan all the way to Montenegro right now. And we're joined by Nevena. Is that correct? And is Nevena with us already? There she is. Okay, fantastic. And so I understand you're ready to start your pitch. Let's take a look at your presentation. Just one tiny second. All right, so the stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so if you can hear me well, we can just go to the next slide. Thank you. Can you imagine being a student who dreams of studying abroad or finding an internship, but every option feels hidden, confusing, or locked behind expensive agencies? This is the reality of many students in the Balkans and realistically globally. Today, students face fragmented information, endless online searches, random social media groups, or costly agencies that push them toward the wrong opportunities. Privileged students, of course, often find the way, but thousands of others are left behind. The results are wasted time, lost chances, and unequal access to education. Next slide, please. All of these stuffs are the reason why I'm building Scholarly, a one-stop centralized digital platform where students can find curated, verified, and tailored opportunities with advanced filters, for example, like study levels, files, nationality, fundings, or deadlines. Students get results that matter to them. But Scholarly is not just a database that would be a waste. It also has a community group where students exchange real experiences and advices, making the journey faster, safer, and more inclusive. In short, Scholarly saves time, reduces risk, and opens doors to those who have never had access before. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. I'll be short here. Scholarly creates value in multiple ways. For students, the value is in trust, save time, and confidence in applying. And for institutions, it's in visibility through featured listings and partnerships. Next slide, please. All this value we capture with a subscription model. So in the beginning, users can choose from 4 packages. It's important to say that they are all affordable and they can choose the one that fits them the most. Then we have partnerships, affiliate marketing, and licensing to schools and municipalities. Next slide, please. Thank you. The model is scalable. We will start in Montenegro as a pilot market. We will partner up with university in Montenegro, and we will further test the platform and validate it. Montenegro has 30,000 students. Then we will grow to Balkans, Europe, and globally. Because of the global potential, the platform will be multilingual. Here you can also see our financial projections. MVP will cost us up to 10,000 euros. Then I think these revenue projections are quite modest. In the first year, you can see that we expect 500 users, and that's 1.6% of total Montenegrin number of students. Our monthly expenses are around 2,500, and our break-even point is 185 users on the lowest subscription package. And right now, it's that package is 12 euros. Next slide, please. So Scholarly was born from my bad experience, my own experience of studying abroad. I had the chance to study in Italy, and I paid an agency to help me with the whole process. For me, it ended being really bad experience. Then at the later stage, with fellow students, I shaped a solution by surveys and real needs. It's also been validated through many competitions. And why now? Today, students need equal access to global verified opportunities, and that's the moment Scholarly answers. So opportunities are always there. You just have to find it. Next slide, please. I'll close with this part. Scholarly is not just a platform. It's a moment to ensure that every student, no matter of their background, can study and grow without borders. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. So you've used your 4 minutes. So now we have the jurors asking questions. So who's gonna? Oh, okay. Whoa. That's take it easy. I think Natalia was the first one to go ahead. I think you were the first one to raise your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting idea, and it's clear whom you address your platform. But from your side, who will support the students? What specialists? Can you share more details?
Okay, so on their side, it will be parents that are paying for that. So that's our secondary group. But on our side, we will also have admission experts that will help with that. I also have some experience with that. I also use the agency, but I'm also going in that circles right now, and I'm having my own mentors. So we will have a specialized person for admissions, if that's what you ask.
Yes, clear. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Natalia. Sam, over to you.
I just want to, it doesn't say it in the it doesn't say that you would charge students, but I just want to make sure so there's no charge to students in the platform.
So at the beginning, we will be a subscription-based model. So that's our model at the beginning.
So subscriptions paid for by the potential students.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's our goal is later to be not students to pay to us, but more like our partners and universities and other educational institutions. But in the beginning, yes, the best option is that students and their parents can choose from different packages. And also I did a survey and I asked students, I had over 100 responses and 96% of students were willing to pay up to 20 euros for this application.
Per month, or is it one-time fee?
Per month.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to add, agencies usually charge a lot more. It's in hundreds. So they are our main competitors. So it's cheaper option.
All right. And Diana?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, like, because like I've noticed many competitors, like similar platforms operating in Europe, they start with having agency, and then like after they build the reputation within the market, they spend money and then build the platform and the technology for behind that. So did you think about like starting to have like operate like high quality agency and then move on to launching the platform?
No, we directly wanted to start the platform, but our goal is that everything is centralized. Usually these other platforms have only sponsored universities on their platform, let's say that, on their website. But on our platform, it would be clearly stated when it is sponsored, and the rest students can get access to anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter like where they are from and where the university is.
All right. Natalia, do you have one more question or is okay? Okay. All right. So that's it. Is that it? Okay. Thank you so much, Nevena. And now we're going back to Kazakhstan, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Is Natalia with us? Yes, Natalia is already with us. Okay, and Natalia's presentation. Fantastic. All right, so ready? Please unmute yourself. Natalia, please unmute yourself, and we're ready to start. Natalia, can you hear me? Okay, now you're unmuted, right? Can you hear me okay? Are you ready to start? Natalia, I am not sure if you can hear me. Natalia, can you hear me? Can you confirm you can hear me? Okay, can you say something so I can check if I can hear you? No, your sound is off. I do not hear you.
Can you hear me
Oh,
now?
yes. Yes, now yes. Okay. All right. So I am ready to, can we go back to
Sorry.
the, yes. Okay. So we're starting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm represent AM eHealth digital platform, and we can go to the next slide, please. Okay. You might not think a bag of donor blood, an implant, and a surgical instrument have much in common, but they all highlight how powerful 3D printing in hospital can be. Patient-specific implants and tool means faster surgeries and less blood loss. More and more hospitals are starting to use 3D printers in-house because the technology is getting cheaper, more capable, and incredibly useful, especially when it's a matter of life and death or an additional burden on a healthcare system, like it was during the pandemic. Nonetheless, even in the most routine situations, 3D printed medical devices are finding increasing use. For example, in my family, we have hereditary periodontosis that sooner or later requires dental implants. My cousin in Kiev had a long, expensive wait using an outside 3D printing company, but my nephew in a small US town got the same procedure done locally in just 2 days. thanks to an in-clinic 3D lab. The map from Materialize company clearly shows that Europe and Asia still lag behind the US in hospital-based 3D printing, mostly due to regulatory competitors, cost fears, and training gaps. But that's exactly the opportunity I'm tackling. Next slide, please. In a nutshell, AME Health is a digital platform that makes it easy for hospitals to adopt 3D printed. It gives hospitals a one-stop solution. They can access their readiness, use a simulation model to see the impact of 3D printing, and get guidance from experts all in one place. This means no more piecing together expensive services or consulting firms. The platform shows hospitals a clear, safe, and affordable path to bring 3D printed products to their patients. So even smaller hospitals can offer personalized, cutting-edge care. Next slide, please. There are approximately 15,000 hospitals in Europe. According to European surveys, is about 14% of them are ready for 3D printing, giving us a SAM of about 6,000 hospitals and an initial target of 300 early adopters. Let's talk about how the platform works. First, a hospital uses the readiness assessment tool to see where they stand. Next, the simulation model lets them virtually explore different 3D printing applications and preview potential benefits and risks. Throughout, the network of experts provide feedback so hospitals learn and improve at each step. All of this is delivered through a subscription with a free plan to start. The business model is optimal based on the experience of other digital medical platforms. On the next slide. So far, the response has been very encouraging. I've spoken with hospitals, 3D printing companies, and other stakeholders, and several are already interested in collaborating. Doctors and hospital staff especially loved the readiness questionnaire and simulation features. Those really grabbed their attention. Manufacturers were quick to engage too, which opened the door for partnerships. I also learned that LinkedIn and email outreach only goes so far. Building trust requires personal engagement. That's why I'm now focusing on meeting people at industry events and fast-tracking the simulation tool since it's been a big hit with early users.
Natalia, I need to
next
stop
slide.
you here, unfortunately. We can show the next slide, but we will have to go to questions. So who's going first?
Okay.
Okay, Sam, go ahead.
I mean, this is, I understand this to be a very competitive marketplace. There are so many people who are going into this or who are already in this. And given that the parts can be so light or they can be made in-house, I'm very curious to see what your competitive advantage is, especially given that people sometimes are making these in the hospitals even.
Yeah, there are lots of direct and indirect competitors in the area, but for example, direct competitors is 3D printing companies who specialize on medical devices or software for medicine, and indirect competitors is printing bureau or maybe consulting firms, but they all often are slow and fragmented, and their services is not like an ecosystem that our platform offer to create.
So just to be clear, you think your advantage is that you're centralized, that you're the platform and can connect to many different types of
Yes.
3D printed companies, 3D printed models.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Companies and hospitals and experts.
Okay. Thank you.
All right,
Like,
Diana.
like follow-on question to that, like follow-up. So because like you want to be the ecosystem, like how often actually hospitals are looking for new like service companies? Like how often they would like start a new cooperation? Because like I'm thinking like does it make sense for them to pay like monthly subscription if they used your platform once to find okay, this is the company we're working with, and then they start the cooperation and it lasts for years probably.
As we are only in the early stage as a project, now I have a few hospitals who are interested to engage, and some company in Europe and in Kazakhstan who are also interested in cooperating with us.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other? Natalia, any questions from you?
Just one question about scaling your solution. So you wanted to start from your country and then scale the solution for other countries, right?
Yeah, now I'm going to run a small pilot program in Kazakhstan because I have collaborating relationship with FabLab, who is a 3D printing company, and we also find a few hospitals here, and I think it will be strength our project for further scaling.
And you need this platform to
well.
connect, like to make orders. So why do you need platform? If you use your platform just for like taking orders on 3D printing, why do you need platform? Like probably you can use easier solution.
The aim of the platform is connect experts on hospitals and regulatory authorities in one place, and also we offer analytical tools that make it easy for hospitals to adapt 3D printing in their facilities.
So it's not just a marketplace, it has more features to it, as I understand.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Thank you so much, Natalia. And we still have, okay, we now have Marina with us. I saw her, I think, a moment ago.
Hi. Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Okay. Can we spotlight Marina, please? Okay, fantastic. And is Marina's presentation ready? So we're now back in Ukraine, right?
Yes, back to Ukraine. Hello. Hello, I am Marina Trepova, co-founder and CEO IPSM consulting company in procurement and supply chain. The next, please. According to the research, European companies face with the unprecedented challenges, supply chains disruptions, risk of markets and suppliers, hybrid format of work, threats of substitution our job by robots and AI, and rising expectations for sustainability and transparency. This drives the rapid adoption of digital platforms, AI-driven market forecasting and risk analysis, and a strong focus on supplier partnerships and category management. The next, please. Procurement departments are the value hubs of companies, but face critical challenges: lack of transparent analytics and weak supply chain visibility. Companies want a single system to track flows, department suppliers, and KPIs. High manual workload and staff overloaded. Risk management aimed geopolitical uncertainty and supply chain instability, and demand for automation, implementing smart procurement and data-driven recommendation. And the demand for the customized and ready-made digital solutions is very high in Ukraine, former CIS countries, and Europe. The next, please. All our events and research show that the procurement professionals want to use digital instruments with AI in their day-to-day activity. Just 1 of 3 of our clients use AI and other digital instruments in procurement and supply chain. Our clients need the fast and ready-made analytical procurement instruments, which helps business to understand quickly the real situation and to make proper decision to be more sustainable and profitable. The next, please. Our prices have fixed and variable components and depend on the size of the company. So we propose for different size of the company, from small to big companies. Our main clients in the business, B2B, and the main decision makers, owners, CEO, CFO, and CPO, Chief Procurement Officers. We tested different models, and this is the best for our clients. Understandable products, clear pricing, costless, and short timelines. The next, please. One-to-one meetings with our clients demonstrate very high interest to these analytical products. They are ready to test already, and they are ready to learn more about it. We see it during our meetings. The next experiment we are going will be with AI solutions, which will cover the narrow problems and help procurements to simplify the procurement process and eliminate transactional activity. And we continue to run our business with consulting projects and training now. We combine deep expertise with the next one thing, with modern technologies and client-centric approach. IPSM solutions are designed for specific business goals measured by efficiency, savings, and optimization. We implement only recommendation proven to work fully compliant with the relevant standards and focus on quick win-win changes, not just long-term transformation. The next, please. Contributors, procurement professionals will be good equipped and prepared for changes and uncertainties on the market. The procurement functions in the companies will be more transparent, brings more value and money to the business, and more ethical as well. It changes attitude to the procurement in Ukraine and former CIS countries for better. The next milestone is rollout and adding more AI features and functions to our instruments. I believe that I can make a change for better business procurement culture with help of these instruments and huge expertise and knowledge of our team consultants, bring more trust and ethics into procurement process and improve business profitability and effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We still have 30 seconds, but
perfect.
Time for questions.
Marina, who are your clients?
My clients, business and the decision makers, CEO, owners, and CFO and CPO, Chief Procurement Officers.
And another question, how can you prove that your professional specialist can be, actually your clients will rely on your professional?
Okay. Yeah, the answer is, first of all, I have 20 experience in procurement and supply chain, and my consultants has a huge variety of experience as local as international, and I am 12 years already on consulting and training market, so I know the clients very well because I've got feedback from them, and these products created based on their feedback. Because we provided the huge, very complicated projects in consulting. So they desire, first of all, to get something more simple if it's necessary, first of all. And the next is for small and medium-sized business. So they are not so sufficient in procurement and supply chain. First of all, they need support. Very often they don't understand what they need proper, and I help them very much to clarify the needs, to identify the needs. So we have all these small analytical instruments. We can provide them this service and help them growing step by step and fine-tuning their procurement function, and maybe even start to design the procurement and supply chain functions, what we previously did in our project. So we did it manually, but now we design the product with back-end analytical machine learning and programming language, and front end is human people who has huge experience, who analyze this analytic done by machine and propose our clients the best decision for them.
Thank you, Natalia. Sam, over to you.
I'm curious if you think that this project could overly rely on you. Of course, it needs every founder, but is this all about your business contacts and maybe so centralized on just your network?
No, it's not just my network, because my plan is growing and I have a big contact with in different countries. So, and we have projects not only in Ukraine but other countries as well. So I see this problem internationally, and I'm focusing now on Europe. And we did research. Different research. I visited many events and conferences. I see this problem, and I'm sure that this instrument can help many companies. I don't say all of them, but many companies.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're saying, you want to scale across Europe, like who are the main competitors for you?
Yeah, I'm expecting this question. Very good question. So yeah, it's really very good question. So the main competitors, so we don't have the direct competitors, but we have the different competitors who can and who are now taking part of our business as well. So first of all, for me, big consulting companies, Big 4, Big 7, Big 10, with whom I compete in tenders, and I see this competition. I understand it very good. The second is marketplaces for B2B, because they are now working very hard to implement AI and elements of consulting, and I collaborate with some of them. So we work with them to combine our consulting and their digital instruments to perform the best result for our clients, and as well as SRM IT systems, for example, as part of SAP Ariba, Oracle, and a lot of other systems who propose digital instruments with element of artificial intelligence. But again, the problem with human and experienced people verification. So we propose this combination, and we think that it should be, and it is very competitive product for the companies, especially again for small and medium-sized business.
Perfect timing. We are approaching 10 minutes. So Marina, thank you so much for this presentation. And now we're going to Armenia. So because the third presentation that we had and the finalist refused to answer our questions, we have a team that is stepping up now and is going to present their solution. So Annie is with us already. Is Annie's presentation ready?
Can you hear me well?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you all right. And I'm starting the stopwatch. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Annie, and I'm CEO of Lit Archive. It's AI-powered collaboration tool for writers and artists to co-create and publish their web comics. Next slide. So many of you maybe have read comics such as Batman or maybe Naruto. And did you know how much they earn? And they have like millions, hundreds of millions of views and millions of dollars annually. Next slide. Webtoon market is $9 billion and it's growing 30% every year with top webtoon creators. Webtoons are comics that are published on web. So top webtoon creators earning up to millions of dollars. And it has a big user base with 90 million monthly active users just on one platform. Next slide. So what is the problem in this big market? Millions of great stories never get published because writers can't find their artists and artists can't find their writers. And they can find them on forums or with the help of acquaintances, but it doesn't work always. And also another big problem is that their workflow of creating one comics is really fragmented, which means they go to Messenger to just chat and understand what they are doing. Then they go to the Google Docs to write the script to communicate. Then they go to some drawing apps to sketch and then have the final result. And then they go to a publishing platform to publish their final work. Sounds really slow. And what can we do? Next slide, please. The solution is all-in-one website, which will help them to communicate, to find each other, to co-create. How it will work. So there will be forum where writers and artists can find each other. Then when the writer wants to create the script, we already invented a script markup language, which is very easy and which helps for writer to see already the start of the comic. So when they write the script on the left panel, on the right panel, there will be generated a lot of bubbles with text. Maybe if you have read comics, you will see these bubbles of text. And then it is online, it's live, so the author, the artist can come and sketch already on this text. Also, for inspiration purposes only, we have AI generation tool, which helps to generate background, some inspirations, which will help both artists and the writer. Next slide. And so when they create comics, they can already publish on our platform. We will have two types of customers. Our customers are the creators, the writers and artists who create, and for them the platform is free with all of its tools. And also we will have readers who will read all of these comics. So comics will not be published at once. They will be published chapter by chapter. And readers will have 10 to 20 chapters for free to read to understand if they love these comics. And then they will pay for unlocking each chapter with internal coins, which will they buy with real money. And 30 to 40% of the money that comes from the readers, we will get it for operations and for product growth. Next slide, please. What we already have done. So we have a live website for writers. It's latearchive.com, where authors already can publish their books, only the text version, chapter by chapter, and we already have some test books just to show how it works. And also, we already created the MVP of the co-creation tool. We have this part where writer can write their text. It will be generated into text bubbles, and also there are some basic brushes, pencils for the artist, and also the AI background generation tool. And we already experimented with some writers and artists to gain some feedback. And we have a lot of things to do, but we already have a working prototypes. Next slide. And I have a team with a technical background, with design background, and I'm also a writer. So I know all of the pain points of writers, and I have published on my own web novels. And we have worked on various startups, winning fellowships. And next slide. So yeah, And we have a future roadmap. You can see we want to onboard new authors, 10 to 15 new authors. We'll start their books and then working on our MVP with the co-creation and then work on SMM to gain readers in 3 months and add a lot of tools for artists and writers. And next slide. So thank you very much.
Okay, we're
Yeah.
over time, so I need to stop.
Yes.
It's over anyway. So I can see Diana raised her hand. Oh, all of you. Oh, okay. So go ahead, Diana first.
Hey, Annie, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask, because like there is so many, like you mentioned you have this AI generation tool, but have you thought about like having like full like graphics generated by AI? Because like so it might be easier for writers just because like now they can go to like ChatGPT or like Gemini, like the banana thing, and like generate anything basically. So why did you decide to go into the co-creation mode?
Yeah, of course they can, but at the moment, from the point of view of ethics, like AI generated content is not valuable and people don't take it like serious. And I'm not sure how will be the future. If future brings us to the point when it's okay, they can do it on their own. Also, writers can use this tool not for co-creation, but just for understanding how their book will look like, just for inspiration, I guess, and maybe to working with other people that work in other ways. But this tool can be used in many ways. But the most important is the co-creation part.
Okay. And I've seen that on the website because like you have the MVP working and you have like published art like comics on the website. So what's the current traction? Like how many people use this and read the comics?
Oh, so we have the website for only books without comics, only text. And though we didn't publish real authors, it's just me publishing some test books. People are just coming from search engine optimization. Like, it's not a lot of people, it's like hundreds of people just coming from Google or even ChatGPT. But there is a natural traction and we didn't spend money on marketing and etc. It's just natural come people.
All right, thank you. Sam, go ahead.
When you say people coming via ChatGPT, can you drill down on that for me?
Yeah, so we worked on the search engine optimization the way that even ChatGPT sees our website. And when people try to find a website where you can publish your books, sometimes it brings to us.
Can you just break that down for me? Like what % of your business is coming via your inquiries are coming via ChatGPT?
Like 10-50% of
10
users.
to 15.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Just side note, the whole SEO industry is in upheaval, so it's a solid number. This is a very specific industry that you're showing here, even though you show the market is very big. Would you think to then scale it to other similar industries, not just the comic book industries?
Yes, we have started already from web novels, just books, and also we will have the comics. And also we can use this prototype for professional literature, like for some professionals. I don't know, even science literature, it doesn't matter. But we start from a narrow like market because it's easy for us and we're experts in this.
Beautiful presentation, the graphics, as I guess one would expect for you.
Thank you very much.
And Natalia, your question?
Short question. Seems like very prominent commercial project, but if you can share something about social impact of your project, would be very beneficial.
Yeah, writers, it's very difficult for writers to find a way to publish. So we have created this for aspiring authors that don't have money, don't have acquaintances in publishing sphere. And it's very important to help them because I myself was an aspiring author at some point of my life. So this is a great start for them with no money being invested. So I guess this is the most important, and bringing good stories to life.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Annie. Thank you for this presentation. So we're done with all the finalists. We heard, let's say, 10 and a half stories, 10 and a half pitches. I have a quick question before I let you go and fill in, all the information in the scoring cards. What are your impressions without, giving any sort of, tips about your favorite projects? What are your impressions about these stories, these solutions?
Well, go ahead, Diana. Sorry.
No, that's all right. No, I just wanted to say that it's like great to see the passion. Like I can see like every founder, like I can see the passion in what they're building, and like that there is something more than just monetary value that is like pushing them forward.
Sam?
I mean, just to follow up what I was saying, wow, it's really powerful graphics, and so I might encourage some people to go and maybe work with Ani. Maybe that's something other people can do, especially when you're doing a virtual presentation. To have that type of graphic is so strong, and the confidence too. I mean, it's so interesting how confidence, especially when we're on screen like this, can make such a big difference in the presentation. But I think the expertise here, because these are such niche categories, some of them. So I think it's really brilliant and beautiful to see how people know that niche so well. And it's really captivating, especially for probably all of us who are outside of these niches. It's really cool to see.
Thanks, Sam. And Natalia, what are your impressions?
My impression that we have launched this project 6 years ago. I mean, Visa launched She's Next platform in our region a few years ago, and now we see international team here, and for me personally, and I hope for you, this is a very interesting experience with different showcases and super talented participants. So thank you so much. I see how this platform is growing and bring new ideas to improve our work and to make the people's life easier.
And it's really interesting to be hopping from one place to another. Like we were in Montenegro, we were in Kazakhstan, we were in Ukraine, we were in Moldova, we were in Armenia, we were in Kyrgyzstan, I think, as well, Albania as well at the very beginning. So it's really interesting to see that talent growing across the entire region. Fantastic. So now with that, I will ask you to fill up the scoring cards and make sure that they are in the Google Drive on time. We will now take a less than a 15-minute break, a very short 15-minute break. It was really hard to make sure that we will be on time for our last session. So a 15-minute break, and we're back at 2:25 Central European Summertime for the last session. And then after the last session, we're going to have the awards ceremony. So really excited about that. Thank you, all the jurors, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. My name is Craig Turp. I'm the Head of Insight and Analysis here at Readvantage, and I'm fully aware that by this stage you are all probably most interested in finding out who the winners of this great hackathon are. But while the jury is still deliberating over all of those fantastic pictures that we watched earlier, we have another panel for you in order to give them a bit more time to do so. And what a great panel it really is, with a core focus on how women's communities redefine opportunity. I am delighted to be joined by three fantastic guests who know more about that than many other people. So I'm glad that they've been able to join us. Let me introduce them to you. First of all, Irina Titarchuk is a gender equality researcher and executive director at the Ukraine Investment and Trade Facilitation Center. Zainab Atabieva is investment manager at IT Park Ventures in Uzbekistan. And Leila Sayedzadeh is an expert in human capital development and an ambassador for women in tech in Azerbaijan. So I really don't think we could have found three better qualified women to talk to us today. And to those of you watching, please don't be afraid to tap into their knowledge. You know, if you have any questions, drop them into the comments or the chat as we go along. And then if time allows, we will try to get through as many of them as possible. So, ladies, thank you for joining me. You're all part of communities in which women trust each other with their ideas, with their capital, sometimes with their reputations. My opening question is going to be to you, Irina. You made a very interesting point in the notes that you sent me before this panel. You made a point about choosing the right community at the right time. Could you expand on that a little bit? You know, how do women figure out which communities actually serve their needs best?
Yes, thank you so much. Great. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. And to be honest, I'm very proud of all participants, women who introduced and who share with us their ideas and amazing ideas. And if I would in a jury, I will give prize for everyone, but it's not possible, of course. So I wish you all the best with all your ideas. And my point was about that sometimes when you start your business, you have so many opportunities for yourself, and you are very passionate with what you are doing, and you are very want to improve everything. What are you doing, even with the ideas? And in Ukraine, for example, now we have a lot of suggestion from international donors, many organizations that want to help Ukrainian women to survive, to develop, to improve their knowledge, their products, services, and etc., etc. And sometimes the owners of the business, they so lost the focus why they created this product, where their opportunity for improve these products from strategic point. And they start to work as operational director, as I say, on sometimes even like social media managers, and they join to many opportunities, communities, educations opportunities, you know, many these communities where they think they will find a solution for their problem or challenges. What I recommend for them, to be aware with this opportunity, but please select what you want to do now and what impact will you bring this knowledge, this community in a maybe 5 years ahead.
Don't join social media management community because you don't need to be there. You are director, you are owner of your business. Think strategically and not lose this focus why you create this business and where is your mission as a founder of your business. This is my point.
So are you saying that, you know, people shouldn't underestimate themselves? You know, they should believe in their abilities and
they can use it, these opportunities. They must be aware about this, yes, and use their chance. But what I see now, it's like exhaustiness from women in business, especially in Ukraine with their situation, when they want there, many, and they don't have a time. And nothing changed in their activities. They nothing changed. Like they just survive. The director and owners, in my opinion, and what I see from my background and background of my women who is in our community, it's about development also. So try to combine this and to select what suits you in this situation and where you can see you in 5 years if you will join to this community.
okay, that's great. That's a great start. Layla, I'm going to come to you next. You know, welcome and thank you for joining us. In your notes, you mentioned the she for she concept. You know, women empowering women in spaces that the government doesn't regulate. You know, could you tell us a bit more about that? A bit more about what you mean?
True. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this great initiative, first of all. I enjoyed also the process as a mentor, and I couldn't join the whole event today, but I'm very curious about the results and of course about the results of my mentees more. I think it's very normal, and I want to start my answering your question exactly from this, because when you have emotional connection to someone, you are more interested in their results. So in our case, what we are trying to do is to ensure that she for she concept works in reality without, this loud words from panels, discussions, and etc. But on every daily basis, every day. And in our community, we ensure that we don't, we have this healthy, supportive spirit. We all the time come to principles and core values, and we promote first of all, she for she concept, because as you mentioned, there are unregulated areas. Like there are no quotas for women in some positions, and still it's very debatable. But anyways, we women don't get funding, almost zero funding from venture capitals and angel investor clubs. So for this kind of in these situations, the only solution that we see is having more women in the room that can back other women. So that's why we promote she for she concept for that, because it's like a low hanging fruit and the shortcut.
Okay, I mean, I'm glad that, you know, we have women in the room today. I mean, I know I'm a man, but I'm glad that all of the panelists are women. It's actually great. It's great to moderate a panel when it is just women. You know, there's so many events that you know, you get asked to go to, and you know, often there won't be any women on the panel at all. Thank you, Zainab. Again, I'm mentioning the notes that you sent to me. And you know, I think you made a very good point that there are often initiatives, there are often, you know, all sorts of tools available to women entrepreneurs, but a lot of the time, women aren't actually aware of them.
Yes, great. Thank you so much for sharing that information, and also thanks to Andrew and all the organizers and Irina and Leila for joining this panel. It's great to be here. And the point that I made that not everyone is aware of the opportunities that they have, especially girls and women. It's because when I was just starting my path as well, I didn't know that so many opportunities exist, and I just started with volunteering, contributing to some local events, getting to know other people, and I attended. I still remember it was TED Talks, and there all the speakers were women, and they were building their careers in government. They were building their startups. They were also getting education abroad, and by engaging with them and being in that community, I learned that so many opportunities are available. So in turn, for example, I started my path with internship at User First Agency, and then I joined IT Park, then IT Park Ventures. And this all helped me to gain the knowledge and opened up so many opportunities for me. But it wouldn't happen if I didn't connect with them. And if it wouldn't happen also if I wasn't attending those events and trying to contribute. And once you connect with other women and girls in the sphere, in different sphere, not only IT, they can open you up and whole different world, I would say, where you can get to know all the information that is available, all the opportunities, and actually help you to get somewhere where you aspire to be. And this is completely also free. You need to be just connecting with people, and that's how you learn about opportunities.
Yeah, I think, you've all mentioned already, this importance of, of connection, of networks, of, women coming together to help each other out. Could you just tell us a bit more about, the situation in Uzbekistan? I mean, I know that there are various things happening there.
So for Uzbekistan, for the past few years, a lot of developments were happening in order to support girls and women in the special IT sphere. So this are Women in Tech chapter launched in Uzbekistan, and it gets a lot of support from the Ministry of Digital Technologies. And I know that from Central Eurasia, also in Azerbaijan, there is a strong community of women in tech. And together they also travel to some conferences. They also exchange knowledge and organize local events to spread the word about mentorship opportunities. And so many girls, they also get access to mentors that can help them to get knowledge from different spheres. And also, there are also scholarships grants for girls and women to pursue their bachelor's degree, master's degree. So more and more opportunities are coming. But it's also important to raise awareness of them and organize some local events, also share them online, on LinkedIn, on YouTube, on media, TV, that hey, there are these opportunities you should be aware of and take part if you're interested.
Okay, that's great. Irina, I'm going to come back to you. Just moving on slightly. You mentioned two specific projects: Help Women Agro in Ukraine and Oplik. Is that the right pronunciation in creative industries?
Oplich, yeah, Oplich.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
These
It's
sound
back to back.
These sound like they, emerge directly from crisis and necessity. Is that exactly how it happened?
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yes, so Oplich, it means back to back, just you support each other. And we find out that these two topics was very, very huge issues, had huge issues in the beginning of full-scale war. So Help Women Agro in Ukraine, it was a project about relocated or help women farmers or relocated their businesses from east of Ukraine to west of Ukraine, or even from south or center of Ukraine to west of Ukraine, and to try help them with any questions that to organize their these relocations. And Oplich, it was a project about creative industries, because a lot of creative industries faced this problem with that they can't set up their projects because of lack of financial, lack of money, and the many projects that they had clients to they said no, we're not ready to continue our connection and our project. So we decided to help them, and we had 65 requests from women in agro project, and we had more than 70 participants or requests for Oplech project. If we helped all of women, no, because we didn't have enough resources, and some of their problem was like huge problem. For example, relocate a big farm, big cow farm from east of Ukraine to west of Ukraine. It's impossible. We can't do it as organization. But what we did in these projects, we found a cooperation and found a very good our partners from the Netherlands, Lifeline Ukraine, the company. It's about international cooperation. Yes, so we found that they want to help us, and they helped us a lot, especially with agricultural projects, because they organized some Christmas boxes for their clients, and women from Oplech project put a lot of products to these boxes, and women from agro project, they got some funding, the total amount of this funding more than 30,000 euros. So for some of them it can be, it was just a grant, for some of them it was a consultation, for some of them it was some helping with certification for export their products. So yes, this project was successful project, and then we continue this for next 1.5 years, and we had a pitching in Amsterdam in the Netherlands with their projects, and it showed us that we need to find for women solution for problems that they can't solve. The relocation, it's not just the relocation, some equipment or relocation idea from one place or office from one place to another. It's also about people, the team who we need to support with relocation from one place to another place. Yeah, and after that project, we continue with USAID and set up Women's Hub in Ternopil and Lviv region, and we help women with relocation in that region with USAID project. And but it still shows us that we need to be close and to work with local government also, because local government, NGOs, and international partners can be a big power for such of individual projects, you know, for projects that about people. It even wasn't about money in that period. It was about surviving and about support. So that's why maybe community and the projects that we set up from our side, like as an NGO, it should understand that it's not always about money. It's about understanding of area and experience in area. Agricultural sector, it's very specific area, yeah, and we need to find the partners from abroad who understand this area. Mm-hmm. And creative industry, it's also very specific area, and we need to understand why, for example, they need to go to this exhibition, because we organized for them trip for exhibition in Ambiente in German, and they present their products, 20 businesses. So we're trying to show the potential customers abroad that we are not only country who survive, we are also the women in business who create very nice quality projects that must be presented abroad. So it was very successful projects, and I'm happy that we did it. Yeah.
Excellent, and you know, congratulations with that. Leila, I'm going to move on to you, because I know that you've created some, you know, remarkable partnerships with, you know, the Educational Development Fund on scholarships for girls, and Azer Cosmos, you know, and all girls space team, which, you know, I'm dying to learn a lot more about.
Yes, we have actually lots of partnerships, and I would say this is a very tough thing to do here. I wouldn't say that everyone is so welcoming and supportive. Like Zainab perfectly mentioned, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan as well. Our colleagues from there, they feel more support from the government. And I would say we put more effort to get government and partners on board. this is very specific situation, very interesting. I mean, and still we stay very effective. And of course, there where we see women, when there is a women or fathers of girls in the management, it's much easier to get these partnerships because they understand the challenge. As for what we have for now, these are very interesting partnerships. One with Educational Development Fund is a scholarship by the name of first mathematician, Azerbaijani female mathematician, Maya Hajeva. We support upskilling and reskilling for girls who want to continue their career in IT. And this is very interesting because we promote, first of all, we promote the role model, the first female mathematician. And this generation never heard about her. And at the same time, under her name, we grow new Maya Hajevas, new role models. And this actually cooperation is a PPP, I would call it, because public-private partnership, because it was supported by the government. They invested, thanks to them. And also the biggest telco company, Baxel, also invested into this project. So we were able to educate 30 girls across the country. And that was amazing because we just post one advertisement, one post in social media, and in a couple of hours, we got almost 600 applications, which clearly demonstrates the demand. And so we plan to continue this, but this time we want to extend this project, and we want individuals to contribute as well. We want to develop this, to build this culture of investing, paying or of donating, not money, not when someone is left without parents or some tragedy happened or someone is sick or cancer or whatever, but when we understand as a society that we need to educate girls because it is as important as saving lives. So this is the first project, best case practice, I would say. And the second one is thanks to Other Cosmos. We are very, they're one of the best allies for us. And what they did for us was incredible. So there is as I said, there is a Cosmic Olympiad where schools compete. And when we say schools, we mean just schools, like high schools that have teams. They join the Olympiad and etc. But for us, they made an exclusion, and we are the only team that have girls from different schools. And amazing part, so no other communities, not women, not just youth communities, no, just women in tech. And we have these girls from like in their 13, 16 years old. And some of these girls in our team, they are from the schools who actually denied their participation in this Olympiad because they couldn't get enough scores to be qualified for the team from school. So they came to us. And thanks to this, she for she spirit, because we have two mentors who mentor them, I don't know, very healthy, supportive community spirit. This is also already our second Olympiad. In the first one, in summer, we got second place among all the schools, among 50 schools. And now we are in the Brazilian Olympiad and we are waiting for the final results. But now we are on the top of the list. So demonstrating this only girls team is demonstrating best results, knowing that they are not top performers at school. We help them to reveal their talents. And this is very important. So the power of communities is is seen exactly in this case when you help to reveal the talent for those who were denied somewhere else. So this team spirit, community spirit, the proper values, the core principles, proper values, is the right path to help women grow, to help girls to succeed.
I mean, seeing, communities deliver, seeing, communities actually, achieve results is always good. Zainab, I'd like to come back to you. We've already, mentioned a little bit about cross-border solidarity, but I know that you're, quite impressed with the way that, some of the women-led communities in Uzbekistan are actually connecting with their peers across Central Asia, Eastern Europe, Western Balkans, even, the United States.
Yes, for the capacity building and community support, we have several programs, and one of them was Tomaris Tech. It was a program aimed to support girls and women in the IT sphere. We were educating them, providing them free courses, incubation and acceleration program. And also, starting from this year, we combined Tomaris Tech, and there was also President Tech Award initiative with $1 million prize fund. And we decided to combine these two programs into one and call it Digital Startup Awards. And now it's open also for Central Eurasian founders. And girls, women, and everyone who is building a startup can apply. And it can be early stage MVP, idea stage startup. And they can apply for incubation or acceleration. And incubation is held in online format fully. And acceleration program is held in offline format in Tashkent. We cover all the expenses for their living, and also we provide mentors for them to get educated and launch their projects. And also for the communities that are participating jointly on events for each event, like TechCrunch Disrupt, Emerge Innovation Summit in Azerbaijan, also Digital Bridge in Kazakhstan, and like for example also a Web Summit in Lisbon. We gather a delegation from Uzbekistan, and it's also girls and women in the IT spheres who are building their startup. It's also investors, and we represent our region not only as one country, but as a region, because we also collaborate with, for example, in Kazakhstan with Astana Hub, with their Ministry for the Development of IT Infrastructure. In Azerbaijan, we collaborate with IDDA, with Sabah Hub, Pasha Holding, and we aim to represent whole region, and by this way show the perspective of the opportunities and knowledge that we have.
Okay. You mentioned, collaborating, with other countries. Central Asia often gets treated as a single block. Sometimes, they all sometimes get lumped together. I mean, it is also important to remember that these are individual countries and they've got their own individual specifics as well.
Mhm. Yes, but when we were participating in these events and we're trying to do something with our international partners, often we were perceived as more small countries compared to the ones we were visiting. And when we approach them as a region and tell individually of our work, they perceive us as a region, and they see that, for example, in Uzbekistan, there is a huge population of young people that can work for big IT companies, and we can provide them with IT staff. And for example, for Kazakhstan, they also have IFC, International Financial Center. So it's also attractive to the big IT companies to open up there and have the English law. And for Azerbaijan, there are also many opportunities with startups, merger and acquisition. So when they perceive us as a region with kind of like individual contribution to different spheres, it's more important and makes our region more diverse, I would say, rather than just being represented as one country with one narrative.
Yep, I fully agree. Irina, if I can come to you for just a comment on this cross-border issue. How important are cross-border networks? Are they sometimes oversold? What's the realistic value that you think that they can actually deliver?
You know what? I know I put one notes, and I thought it's true. I agree with what I put before, but now I'm thinking also about these cross-border lessons through the lens when we have internal cross-border and external cross-border. What do I mean? Ukraine, it's a huge country, and to start your business and to develop your business in Kiev and to develop your business in small city or small village, it's an absolutely different journey. Absolutely. So when I see I quite clearly see the pattern when some women from small city join to our workshop in Kiev, or to some conference in Kiev, or networking meeting in Kiev. I mean in Kiev, or I mean the big city. Yeah, she completely changed her mind about how to do this business. Yes, she's still focused in her region, but to skills that she get and she can implement in this business, it's a different way. Absolutely. The same with women who visited some conferences, networking, accelerators, incubators abroad from Ukraine. Yes, some projects that organized abroad, and they joined to these projects. They absolutely thinking like differently. They out of the box with everything, and they more clearly understand what are they doing. And some of them came back to Ukraine and they understood that, oh, this idea that they start with, it will not work anymore. In Ukraine, unfortunately, we have lack of investors, like in traditional meaning of this word. Yeah, we don't have. Honest, it's a rarely then if we can find investors for some traditional business. Yeah, so you need to find other way to involve some money, and this money can come from international donors or from international investors. For this, you need to understand their mentality, their culture, their needs, and you need to sell this idea as they want to see, not as you want to solve. If you go to this way, to this journey for asking about money, can you find the partners if you will out of the box with your business? Yeah, if you will go to something to find out something new abroad or from one region to another region, I think yes. And I saw a lot of examples when women visited some conferences or even joined to some accelerators, and they found the partners. If they will find investors, I think it's a very long way, to be honest. It's not because you joined once to one conference or you made one pitch in one after one accelerator or some program and you won like a huge money. No, it's definitely should be several steps, several years to achieve this result. But I very recommend to do it from region to region if you in Ukraine, and from big city to abroad if you are from big city and you have a business, because it will show you the mission, vision of your business, and you definitely will find some new knowledge for yourself to improve your business and to implement your skills that you will get. I never, for all my career with supporting women, met someone who said, "Oh, it was forceful. It's not. It rather than I stay home." No, never, never. So it's always some improvement, and I very recommend you to do it.
Yep, don't stay at home. Layla, can I mean, you're all in some way, you know, involved in women in tech, but obviously, Layla, you're an ambassador for women in tech. You know, could you just tell us a little bit about, you know, what that entails, you know, and how much women in tech actually helps?
Can you please say it again, because I had a connection issues. That's why I had to change the Wi-Fi, but still can't hear well.
Not a problem. You are an ambassador for women in tech, and I just wanted you to tell us a little bit about what women in tech actually, you know, actually does.
What do we do?
Yes. And how you help.
Okay, so basically, yes, I have touched basic projects that we have, but not limited with. You know, sometimes I call our community the shelter for smart women, because because you know, sometimes people just want to connect and to have some healthy circle who is supportive and who is who can listen and who can where you can reflect. So of course, this is like a part of joke. This is not like the only thing we do, but this is pretty true, and we start from there. So first of all, we connect women in tech. And when we say tech, we don't mean specifically what we like women coders. We connect women in technology, educators, starting from educators to creative industries, wherever tech touches, innovation touches their work. This is the first thing, and this is the first layer. Like, so we are focused on role models who can connect to each other, talk to each other, and just get more ideas or just get some peer-to-peer support. Because in male-dominated industry and environment overall, it's also very important. Second, we are focused on students. For students, we have different projects like boot camps, scholarships, some tea talks, meetings, bigger events like job fairs, this kind of things. And third, we are focused on schoolgirls and their mothers, because mainly girls are backed up by mothers. Also, many of our role models were backed up by fathers, and they refer to dads very often. But like, if we are talking about the bigger audience, this is usually mom and daughter. So we have also specifically tailored projects to these communities, like festivals in the regions, meetings with role models for moms specifically. Also, we used to have previously He for She project, where we had dads of girls backing up our ideas. And we have mentorship program. And also, what is very important, as a women in tech community, we are open to other communities. So we see our role as a platform for everyone. Like, for example, currently we are closely cooperating with Azerbaijan Women Entrepreneurship Development Association. And they are like huge association operating for many years, much bigger than us. But they knocked our doors because they needed digitalization, transformation, and etc. And we happily jumped on board and now happily helping them. And this happens to everyone. Like, for example, when a group of women decided to open Women in Cyber, they came to us to ask for the best practices. And now we have this community. When the group of women decided to have a Web3 community in Azerbaijan, they came to us asking the best practices. And I think this is the best thing that we can do. Explain that we are not rivals, we are collaborators. Because we are not many, and only together we can thrive. So this is our main value, and we are also supporting communities, female communities, and I am very proud that we brought this culture, and we can and we have lots of now beneficiaries who can say that yes, they were backed up by women in tech Azerbaijan.
That's great. That's great. Congratulations. I want to move on to the next point, which we had, which was, scaling without losing your soul, and the role that, communities can play here in, ensuring that, scaling up doesn't mean that, the soul of a startup is sacrificed. So I'd like to hear from you all on this question. Let's start with you, Irina, please.
For startups, you know what, we have we are working with some research about women in startups and venture capitals, and what we find out that when we ask first questions, are you doing startups, or are you doing business, or are you doing entrepreneurship, some of them didn't know what to answer. Because they don't understand the difference between startups, business, and entrepreneurship. So I think it's a beginning with what we need to start at the university or even in school, yeah? Because what I see next in the pitching, especially startups pitching or pitching with entrepreneurs who want to get a grant, that the goals goals should be different, but they don't understand the difference when they ask about funding startups and funding business. So this is a big challenge for women and for us as community to be at the same page and to be at the same page with definition and understanding the role of startups and entrepreneurships. What also we found out that a lot of women want to solve the problem that they faced with. For example, and it's a very traditional practice when they, after maternity leave, want to set up products, some for kids or for women who is pregnant, yeah, for clothes or something like this. And in the IT direction, I can't see the big changing in the STEM industry with women if we're talking about also how we can improve this way for them. Because we still have more women who joined to STEM community and women who work with this direction and set up business in this direction. And I think it also should be from school and from the universities, because when they came to us, I think it's a little bit late.
Thank you, Irina. Zainab, what are your thoughts on this?
So I agree with Irina as well. And also I would like to mention the point was scaling without losing soul and how we can support startups in their way to expansion. So when we're helping startups expand to new regions, we make sure that it's not only just like cold introduction and they do whatever you want. So we make sure that our startups has access to different people from different organizations, and we also do a pre-event or pre-departure meeting with them and explain what are some initiatives that they can use, who are the people they can reach out to that they can help with, for example, with registration of the company, or for example, if they want to set up a local event, with whom they can do that. And also for us, cultural exchange is also important. We organize a lot of local events in Uzbekistan and also international ones. And when we bring guests, we make sure that they actually connect to each other. They get to know our culture, our people, and this way we're kind of building kind of connection, special connection between them. So it's not only about doing business, but also about learning what is the background of the people we will be working with. And we're trying to also create this connection for our startups, investors, and partners to make sure that they have all the information about the projects that we have, about the people we're working with, and what are our plans, and both in business and culture.
Okay, that's great. Layla, I know you have some thoughts on this issue.
On female founders, you mean, right? Overall, in Azerbaijan, we don't have many, like in all other parts of the world, I would say. But there is a long way to go. And what we see the most, the problem is not in the fact that women don't have ideas. They do. But they don't have, for example, soft skills, the needed soft skills and networking, like soft skills to pitch and networking to get money. Because it's an Eastern country. And everywhere, actually, networking is important. But in our society, in our culture, when you have more traditional community, it's much, of course, more difficult. It's more difficult to do networking for women. Because from the school, as it starts, girls go back from school, they go home. Boys can stay, play football, and etc. So you start with very basic. This difference starts from like primary school, and then it becomes bigger and bigger. The issue, I mean. So what is very important to ensure that female founders has a proper networking and they have certain soft skills. Yes, I was teaching soft skills for 5 years in different universities, and I can 100% be sure that research says this, and I see this on practice. Women has better soft skills by nature because they are moms. They are equipped with better soft skills because they have to understand the baby naturally. But still, some soft skills are developed through the experience because of the active participation in the community and etc. And in this case, girls are lagging behind. So what is important is to work on soft skills like pitching, doing small talks, which is like one of the big issues. Like girls cannot start small talks, literally. And there are clear mechanisms how you can do it. You can learn it. It's not important whether you are introvert or extrovert. Like you just know the techniques. So, yes, again, pitching, self-branding, self-esteem, presentation, what else? Again, networking, all this team management, leadership skills, all this is needed. And traditionally, a female is raised girls are raised in a different mentality, that they will not be leading, they will be following. So, of course, it's difficult then to change it, but we are working hard on this. And the second thing is investment. It's for everyone all over the world. We know that women get only 3% of funding from venture capital, and in COVID times it dropped. In traditional societies, it's even less. So now we are focused. We have a big project now. She invests, and we are focused on bringing more women to the investment. And more like, for example, women in business, successful women in C-level. I am investing myself. And when I tell this to my very smart friends, female friends, who own big businesses, who manage big companies on a C-level, they look at me they see me as a genius. They say, "Oh my God, Leila, how come you know how to invest? You know something that definitely puts you in a way advanced position than us." And actually, it's not. They just also have these mental barriers. So now we are trying to break these barriers and to bring more women into investment. And our Turkish friends will be helping us on this because they have lots of women in investment, and we are working with them to gain this knowledge and the approach because we are very and answering this, adding to the cross-border cooperation, we have similar mentality with them, and the experience will help us a lot to understand how to make women to invest because they just afraid to take like $5,000 or manats, whatever, and invest. So they are more reserved, and this is a natural, very natural to women. So now trying to crack this code as well.
Okay, thanks. Just I'm going to put a question to you all again. If someone watching us today, goes home tonight and decides to start building something tomorrow, what do you think is the most important thing that they need to get right from the very beginning, and how high on the list would you put finding a good community to support them? Irina, if you want to start with that.
I think the main point is not to be afraid. Ask about help, ask about this community, what exactly community you are looking for. Or if you don't know what exactly, ask about any community. Join to this community and don't shy to be to asking. Don't try to ask questions because we don't have stupid questions and we don't have stupid answers. Everyone in the same line, believe me, how smart you are, you always think that you are not enough. I never met someone who thinks that, oh, I am enough, I am the best. No. Everyone in the same boat with maybe different problems, different challenges, but a lot of common things. So don't afraid to ask about help, about money, about community, about advice. I think it's very important.
That's a great resume of what to do. Zainab, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I also agree with Serena that you should never be afraid of asking someone for help. And in the beginning of their path, for most people, I would probably advise starting with finding the right community, because in the beginning you need to kind of connect with people, get to know them, and get knowledge from them. And after, probably when you start your own project, if you take startup path, after finding community, it would be better to focus also on the product development and finding the VCs, business angels, and this kind of network in order to get financing, in order to get some grants to actually develop the project, and then participating on exhibitions to get some visibility. And after quite some time, startup can be also able to host their events, create a platform, create their own community. So yeah, this would be probably if we take them as path, my advice. Thank you.
Okay, and it's good advice. It's good advice as well. Leila, do you have anything to add to that? Any other thoughts?
I think networking is very important, is a key, whatever. Nobody should be shy. If you decide to join this to join this field, you need to forget about this feeling, and that's it. Like very straightforward. and and it's very important to ask questions all the time, everyone, to knock every door. And one more thing that I noticed, like, as a one who was teaching, using time wisely. Sometimes we
Yes.
get to some useless meetings or projects, and we think that there is nothing for me, and that's why I will be sitting and scrolling TikTok. No, if you are in, you are in. So if you are already here, take maximum out of this. Like, if you are, for example, in this project and you have a mentor, you have 30 minutes, come ready with questions. And I would say not every mentee did that. Some were like just flowing. And this is very usual for women, unfortunately. So don't be shy. Use every opportunity, every single tiny opportunity. That's it.
Yep, make the most of life's opportunities. I mean, that's advice for life. Good advice for life in general. Couple of other, general questions before we close. Do you think that there are some areas, some sectors which women tend to shy away from? I mean, is that something that you've seen in your countries? That there are sectors in which women will say, "Oh, I've got no place there." Or is that something that's in the past?
Honest, no. No, and once I said to my daughter that you can do everything what you want when she was a child. And she's like, no, mom, I can't be astronaut. I said, why? She's like, I don't know anyone who can be astronaut. I never met any women who is an astronaut. So I show her a lot of examples. So just find the example. You will find this in any area where you want to join the example of women who did it before. Definitely. I don't know, for my career, I haven't met some areas that I will not recommend it to join.
Okay, that's a very, very good answer. Zainab, Leila, do you have anything to add to that?
So for us, any sphere is quite open to girls and women, and there's huge support for girls and women in the IT sphere especially. At IT Park, we have IT Girls, also initiative where we educate girls. And there are also a lot of women-led initiatives and programs by the government. And they're raising women leaders for each sphere. So I would not say that there are like some directions or sphere where women are not welcomed. In our country, they're welcomed in any direction. And if they get knowledge and the network that they need, they can strive anywhere.
I want to add here something. I have been hosting TV program Female Factor for 3 years already. And I have interviewed more than 150 women in different fields, in all fields, I would say already. And the last one was women from mining. So those who find, okay, together with, in the pair with dogs, okay? And we have only 4 in Azerbaijan. And before this, there was someone else in oil industry, and she was saying that she was 20 years ago. She was also only one in the platform, oil platform, as a drilling engineer. And of course, it's difficult and it is different. Because this is a reality, we for thousands of years were in a different modality. This world we're operating in it with a different modality, and now it's changing. And what I want to emphasize here, women has also to acknowledge this, and it's very important not to think that the whole world is against you. No, sometimes you have also to help the world to help you. Why I brought these 2 examples? Because this both these women accepted the fact that yes, they wanted to be one in mining, the another one in drilling, but there were not the proper conditions like on the platform. There were no VC for women. There were no I don't know, some other issues, and etc. And they never perceived it as a man's plan for them. No, it is just how it is, how it happens. And if you want to be somewhere, you also need to adapt. You also need to build a dialogue with the opposite side and explain what you need and open these doors. So women in defense is possible, in dev tech is possible, in game tech is possible, in air tech is possible, and etc. and so on. So and you can be the women, a woman, particular woman can be the first one, but she also needs to be open for this. It's not like sitting and waiting for someone to understand her needs. No, we have to build a dialogue. And again, it's never a fight. It is a dialogue. It is the most healthy way to do this.
I think those are very, very good thoughts to end on. I do apologize, ladies, because I know we've overrun a bit. I hope I haven't kept you from doing anything else. Thank you very, very much for being with us today. I need to announce that we're going to have a short break until well, my time 4:45, Central Europe 3:45, and if you're a bit further east, then 5:45 or 6:45. So please come back then. I'd also just like to say to anybody who might be watching from Bishkek or Dushanbe, I will be in both cities. I will be in Bishkek next week on Thursday and Friday, and I will be in Dushanbe the week after on Monday and Tuesday. So if anybody's watching from those places and wants to, just meet up for a chat about the hackathon or about, entrepreneurship in general, then I would be happy to meet up. So reach out to me on the Seize Next platform. I think I have a profile on there, and I look forward to seeing you all. So again, thank you, Irina. Thank you, Zainab. Thank you, Layla. And we will be back in 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Best of luck.
All right. Is everyone in? Can you all hear me? That's a very important question. This is very interesting that in the times of disruption and uncertainty, we actually face these disruptions ourselves. But we have the final results. So this is super exciting. And I am starting with the business quiz. So we have 3 winners of the business quiz. And that is Amina Abdibek, sorry for my pronunciation, Tatiana Nushtaeva, and we have Nadera Al-Sukar. I really hope that I read it correctly. So congratulations. These are the quiz winners, and my colleague Alina is going to put the names in the chat, and we're going to be contacting you about that shortly. Now, the big moment. Whew, this is super exciting. So we're starting with the award for social impact. The drums now. So the winner of the social impact award, and that is $5,000, is the idea or the solution called Unfold. Do we have the winner with us? Do we have the winner with us? I don't remember the name now. We don't have the winner. I'm just checking the name very, very quickly. No, we don't have the winner. Okay, I understand she hasn't waited for the final results. Okay. Now, the most innovative solution, and again, this is 5,000 US dollars, and that is the solution called Press Shield. Do we have the winner of Press? Oh,
Thank you.
Okay, can we spotlight? Oh, there she is. Okay. So congratulations.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And it's always like, I thought that it was about the journey and networking and learning from the other ideas. So thank you so much for the mentoring part. And I want also to thank Alina for supporting us like from the beginning, and everyone that was with me during this journey. And I've seen some fantastic girls with fantastic ideas, and for sure that I will keep the contact with them. And thank you so much. Like, I am super excited because like I really thought that this was like only for the journey, and I was like staying right here for the whole event because I was like learning from their ideas and from what they saw from their perspective. So too much words, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Inva. And now the big award. I'm waiting for the banner to show up. So the solution that got the highest number of points from all the jurors and wins 10,000 US dollars. This idea is called Altogether. Do we have
I can't say. Oh my gosh. This is really big news of today's. I want to say thank you so much for every member of this competition. I really learned a lot of things from your team, from mentors, from experts. Thank you for creating this opportunity for me and all the founders. I'm really thankful. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations to all the winners. And I think that we have all won at least some learning, some experience. That's what I see, you know, all of you, or how all of you have benefited from this exercise. So thank you so much. We will be in touch with all the winners shortly. Congratulations once again, and see you next time.
Okay, I'm Corinne. If I can say thank you, because I was watching on YouTube. So for Unfold, I am the winner.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I was watching on YouTube, so I connected again. I am very happy and I am excited. I was really enjoying this journey with you this 1 month, and really inspiration came after mentorship, and also with these classes that we have with other successful women. So thank you very much. I am feeling very excited.
Thank you so much, Karini, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Everyone, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.